On April 7th, 1517, the soldiers came. A band of more than 2,000 men, comprised in large part of elite Aztec eagle warriors, stood at the border of a small Tlaxcalan village. Their orders were simple, yet brutal. Sack the village and remove any trace of its existence from the face of the earth. All able-bodied men were to be summarily executed. All women and children that managed to survive the battle were to be sold into slavery. The village, once deprived of all material wealth, was to be set ablaze in a fire that should last no less than 3 days. Central Mexico was dominated by the Aztec Empire, formerly known as the Mexica civilization. Its capital, Tenochtitlán, stood at the center of a vast tribute network, created through conquest and intimidation. Yet one region remained fiercely independent, the confederation of city-states known as Tlaxcalan civilization. For decades prior to Spanish contact, the Aztecs and Tlaxcalans were locked in a persistent and highly ritualized conflict that shaped the political landscape of central Mexico. The Tlaxcalans lived east of the basin of Mexico in a mountainous region that made large-scale conquest difficult. Unlike many neighboring states, they successfully resisted incorporation into the Aztec tributary system. As the Aztecs expanded under rulers such as Moctezuma I and Ahuitzotl, they conquered numerous surrounding polities but failed to subdue Tlaxcala. Instead, a tense equilibrium emerged. The Aztecs blockaded Tlaxcalan trade routes and attempted to weaken the region economically, while the Tlaxcalans maintained their independence through strong internal alliances and defensive warfare. One defining feature of this conflict was the institution known as the Flower Wars. Beginning in the mid-15th century, these were arranged battles fought between the Aztecs and their allies, especially the cities of Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, the Aztec Triple Alliance, and the Tlaxcalan states. Unlike wars of conquest, flower wars had specific ritual and military purposes. They allowed both sides to train warriors and capture prisoners who would later be sacrificed in religious ceremonies honoring gods such as Huitzilopochtli. The root cause of this day's conflict dated back to a battle fought just a few months prior. Aztec general Tizoc, whose translated name means "he who bleeds," was on patrol about 30 miles outside of the capital city of Tenochtitlan, when a larger band of Tlaxcalan warriors came upon his camp. Although being outnumbered nearly 3-to-1 in fighting strength, Tizoc's warriors fought bravely. Amongst him were Tizoc's 2 eldest sons, Cacamatzin and Yautl. Cacamatzin was lost early in the fight due to an intense barrage of arrow fire. His other son, Yautl, managed to return home with his father after ultimately retreating from their camp. Tizoc, now standing at the head of his elite army, pointed forward, giving his men the order to attack. Like clockwork, the battle was ruthlessly efficient. It took no more than an hour to eliminate the fighting force protecting the village, as the Tlaxcalans were unprepared to meet the army that came upon them. Those few men who did manage to resist found themselves quickly put down at spear point. As the fighting subsided, consolidation efforts promptly began. Women and children were forcibly removed from their tents and separated. Anything of value, from pottery and kitchen utensils to family heirlooms and jewelry, were placed in storage sacks. The 100 or so turkeys within a gated fence, along with all of the dried fish and corn inside the village storage locker, were consumed immediately by the warriors. It took Tizoc and his men the entire afternoon to consolidate all resources within the village, leaving one final task to complete before departure. Prior to engaging the enemy, Tizoc informed his men that the battle that was about to take place was not entirely a strategic matter, but a personal one. He emphasized the losses they took when their camp was attacked months ago. He cited the loss of his eldest son, Cacamatzin, and called up Yautl directly to avenge the death of his brother. Yautl would personally lead a small team of eagle warriors into the tent of the Tlaxcalan village chief. Tizoc's instructions were clear. He is to remain alive after being captured. Once the battle is over, I will meet with him personally. Upon entering the chief's tent, Tizoc was pleased to find his instructions were followed to perfection. Hands and feet bound together, head braced down to the floor, the Tlaxcalan chief lie motionless. Tizoc bent over and calmly asked the chief, "If our roles were reversed, and you came upon the man who gave the orders that ultimately took the life of your oldest son, what would you do?" The chief, knowing full well that there would be only one outcome from this meeting, looked up at Tizoc and said, "If a man were responsible for taking the life of my eldest son, he would join him in the afterlife." Acting immediately after hearing this, Tizoc ordered Yautl to personally honor the chief's wishes. Yautl flipped the chief over from the ground so he can see the look in his eyes while plunging his spear through his chest. As the chief lay dying, Tizoc ordered the men to clear out the remaining contents of the chief's home and property as quickly as possible, as they would not be staying the night. While clearing out the last of the chief's family and property, Yautl noticed a small and what appeared to be displaced tent approximately 200 feet behind the main residence. With about 10 minutes of sunlight left, Yautl cautiously approached, weary of any potential ambush. Upon entering the tent, Yautl was surprised to find a young woman. Her hands were tied to a post, clothing unfit for any woman in that village, let alone a family member of the chief. Yautl quickly deduced that the young woman was being held captive. While cutting the rope in an attempt to free the woman's hands, Yautl asked what her name was. His attempt at polite conversation was met with silence. Yautl was unable to determine whether or not they spoke different languages, or if the fear she held within was so deeply ingrained that she couldn't find the words to properly respond. Just as he cut the last piece of rope from her hand, he noticed what appeared to be an etching carved out on the wooden post he just freed her from. It read the name Guadalupe. The smoke from the smouldering village lingered long after the flames themselves had begun to die. Ash drifted into the evening sky, carried by a quiet wind that seemed almost indifferent to the devastation below. By the time the last structure collapsed into embers, Tizoc had already given the order to march. The army moved with methodical precision. At the front were the eagle warriors, their feathered helms catching the last light of the setting sun. Behind them marched the bulk of the force, hardened men who had long since grown accustomed to the rhythm of conquest. At the rear, guarded closely, were the captives, more than 400 women and children, bound together in groups, their fate sealed the moment the first spear had been thrown that morning. The sounds of the march filled the air, the steady crunch of sandals against dry earth, the clinking of weapons, the muffled sobs of the captured. No one spoke unnecessarily. Victory had been achieved, and now there was only the long journey home. Tizoc walked near the front, his posture rigid, his gaze fixed ahead. Though the battle had been swift and decisive, his mind was far from settled. The image of his eldest son, Kakamatsin, falling beneath a storm of arrows months prior, remained vivid. Today had been justice, perhaps even vengeance, but it was not peace. Behind him, Yautl adjusted his pace, weaving through the ranks until he came alongside his father. For a few moments he said nothing, simply matching Tizoc's stride. The silence between them was not uncomfortable, but it carried weight. Finally, Yautl spoke. "The battle is finished," he began, his voice steady but low enough to remain private. "Our losses were minimal. 7 men dead, 12 wounded, though none beyond recovery." Tizoc gave a slight nod but did not turn. "And the captives?" he asked. "More than 400, Yautl replied, "all women and children, as ordered. They will fetch a strong return." This time, Tizoc glanced at his son. There was no visible emotion in his expression, but there was recognition. "You have accounted well," he said. Yaartl inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the words. "The Tlaxcalans were unprepared," he continued. "Their defenses were weak. We struck quickly, and they had no time to organize. It was over before they understood what had come upon them." Tizoc exhaled slowly, as though releasing something long held within. "Good," he said. "That is how it should be." They walked on in silence for several more steps before Tizoc finally spoke again. "You fought well today." The words were simple, but they carried a weight that Yaartl could not ignore. Tizoc continued, his voice measured. "You led the men with discipline. You followed orders without hesitation. And when the time came, you did what was required." He paused briefly, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "You honored your brother." At the mention of Kakamatsin, Yaartl felt immediate grief come upon him. He kept his composure, but the memory surfaced immediately. The chaos of that earlier battle, the arrows, the moment everything had changed. "I did what was necessary," Yaartl said. Tizoc stopped walking. The sudden halt caused a slight disruption in the formation behind them, but the soldiers quickly adjusted. Tizoc turned fully to face his son now. "No," he said firmly, "you did more than that." Yaartl met his father's gaze. "You stood where he once stood," Tizoc continued. "You carried his place into battle, and you did not falter." For a brief moment, something softened in Tizoc's expression, something rare and deeply human. "I am proud of you." The words hung in the air. Yaartl lowered his head slightly, not out of submission, but respect. "You taught me how to fight," he said, "how to lead. Everything I am on the battlefield comes from you." Tizoc studied him for a moment, then gave a small nod. "Then you have learned well." The two resumed their march, the conversation settling into a quieter rhythm. For a time, neither spoke. The sounds of the army reclaimed the space between them, but Yaartl's mind was not at rest. There was something else he needed to say. After several minutes, he spoke again, more cautiously this time. "There is a matter I wish to discuss." Tizoc did not look at him, but he acknowledged the shift in tone. "Go on." Yaartl chose his words carefully. "All spoils from battle, material and human, belong to the Empire," he said. "That is understood." "It is," Tizoc replied. "But there are exceptions," Yaartl continued. "For those who have served with distinction, for those who have proven loyalty over time." Tizoc glanced at him now, his expression sharpening slightly. "You are asking for something?" "Yes." Tizoc said nothing, allowing him to continue. "There is one among the captives," Yaartl said. "A woman. I wish to claim her." Tizoc's gaze lingered on him. "For what purpose?" he asked. Yaartl did not hesitate. "I intend to make her my wife." That answer alone would not suffice. Both men knew it. Tizoc slowed his pace slightly, signaling that this conversation required more attention. "And why this woman?" he asked. "There are many captives. You could choose any." Yaartl took a breath. "She is not like the others," he said. "When I found her, she was already bound, held captive within the chief's own settlement." Tizoc's brow furrowed slightly. "A slave?" "Yes," Yaartl continued. "She was kept apart, hidden, not treated as one of them. Whatever her origin, she was not part of that village in the way the others were." Tizoc considered this. "And that makes her preferable?" "It makes her different," Yaartl said. "She already understands captivity, submission. It will be easier to integrate her into my household than someone who has only just been taken." Tizok's expression remained neutral, but his eyes were sharp. "You speak of practicality," he said, "but you mentioned marriage." "I did." "Explain." Yautl met his father's gaze without wavering. "I have served for years," he said. "I have fought in battles across the region. I have done everything that has been asked of me." Tizok did not interrupt. "I am no longer a boy," Yautl continued. "It is time I establish something of my own. A household. A lineage." The words were deliberate. "I intend to have children," he added, "to carry our name forward." Tizok studied him in silence. "And you believe this woman is suitable for that?" "I do." "Based on what?" Yautl paused briefly. "When I found her, she did not beg," he said. "She did not scream. She was afraid, yes, but controlled. There is strength there." Tizok said nothing. "And as I said," Yautl continued, "she was already a slave. I did not take her freedom. It had already been taken. I merely claimed what remained." There was a cold logic to his words, one that aligned with the world they lived in. "As the man who killed the chief who held her," Yautl added, "I believe it is a fair claim." Tizok finally spoke. "You believe you are owed this?" "I believe I have earned it." The two men walked in silence again, the weight of the decision settling between them. Around them, the army continued its steady march. The captives stumbled forward, urged along by guards. The sky had darkened now, the last traces of daylight fading into night. At length, Tizok spoke. "You understand what you are asking?" "I do." "If she becomes your wife, she becomes part of your household, your responsibility." "Yes." "If she bears children, they carry your name, your legacy." "I understand." Tizok stopped once more. This time, Yautl stopped with him. For several moments, Tizok said nothing. He simply looked at his son, not as a commander evaluating a soldier, but as a father, measuring the man before him. Finally, he nodded. "Very well." Yautl's expression remained composed. "She is yours," Tizok said. The words were clear, final. "In addition," he continued, "you will receive a portion of the material wealth taken from the village, enough to establish your household properly." Yautl bowed his head. "You honor me," he said. Tizok raised a hand slightly, dismissing the formality. "You've honored yourself," he replied. There was no further discussion needed. The matter was settled. As they resumed their march, the distant outline of their destination began to emerge against the night sky. At first, it was only a suggestion, a darker shape against the horizon. But as they drew closer, the features became unmistakable. The great city stood before them. Massive causeways stretched across the water, connecting the land to the island at its center. Towers and temples rose into the sky, their silhouettes illuminated by torchlight. The faint sounds of life, voices, drums, movement, carried across the distance. Tenochtitlán. The march through the night was long but disciplined. By the time the first light of dawn stretched across the horizon, the great city of Tenochtitlán had come fully into view. It rose from the waters of the lake like something pulled from myth, its temples and towers piercing the morning mist, its causeways stretching outward like veins feeding the heart of an empire. Even the most battle-hardened warriors felt a quiet reverence at its sight. For the captives trailing behind in bound lines, however, the city was something else entirely. It was the end of one life and the beginning of another. Tizok stood at the head of his column as they approached the southern gate. The guards stationed there straightened immediately upon recognizing him, stepping aside without question. His reputation had long preceded him. Victories, such as the one he had just secured, only reinforced it. "Open the gates," one of the guards called. The heavy wooden barriers creaked as they parted, allowing the army to pass into the city. The sounds of morning life were already beginning. Merchants prepared their stalls, laborers moved goods along narrow streets, priests made their way toward the temples for early rituals. And now, cutting through all of it, came Tizoc's returning force, victorious, bloodied, and laden with the spoils of war. The captives drew immediate attention. Some citizens watched with indifference, others with interest. A few looked away entirely. Tizoc did not slow. Once inside the city proper, he raised his hand, signaling for the column to halt. The movement rippled backward until the entire force stood still. He turned to his officers. "The captives," he said, his voice firm. "Take them to the market." There was no need to elaborate. The great marketplace would handle the rest. "They are to be prepared for sale immediately," Tizoc continued. "Ensure they are accounted for. None are to be lost." "Yes, General," one of the officers replied. Tizoc then shifted his attention to a smaller group, his most trusted warriors. "You," he said, pointing to them, "select the finest goods from what we have taken. Gold, jewelry, crafted items, only the best." The men nodded. "And 10 women," he added, "the most beautiful among the captives. They are to be brought to the palace." The implication was clear. Such offerings were not merely gifts, they were tribute. "To be presented to Montezuma II," Tizoc finished. The selected warriors moved quickly to carry out his orders. Within minutes, the army began to divide. The larger portion escorted the captives toward the bustling market district, while the elite group gathered the finest spoils for the emperor. Tizoc watched as his commands unfolded with precision. There was no chaos, no confusion, only order. Once he was satisfied, he turned back to the remaining soldiers. "You have done your duty," he said. "You have fought well. You have honored the empire." The men stood tall, awaiting what came next. "You are dismissed," Tizoc continued. "For several days you will rest, recover, tend to your wounds, spend your reward as you see fit." A subtle shift passed through the ranks. Relief, anticipation. "But remember who you are," he added. "Warriors of this empire. When you are called again, you will be ready." "Yes, General," the men responded in unison. With that, the formation broke. Soldiers dispersed into the city, some heading toward their homes, others already seeking food, drink, or companionship. The rigid structure of the march dissolved into the scattered movement of men reclaiming their lives, however briefly. Tizoc remained where he stood for a moment longer. Then, without another word, he turned toward the palace. The palace of Montezuma II stood at the heart of the city, an architectural testament to power and divine authority. Its walls were adorned with intricate carvings, its courtyards alive with attendants, guards, and nobles moving with quiet purpose. As Tizoc approached, he was met by palace guards who immediately recognized him and granted passage. Inside, the air was cooler, calmer, removed from the noise of the city outside. He was led through a series of corridors until he entered the council chamber. There, seated upon an elevated platform, was Montezuma. He was surrounded by members of his council, advisors, nobles, and priests, including a leading shaman whose presence carried a weight of its own. Tizoc stepped forward and bowed. "My emperor," he said. Montezuma regarded him silently for a moment before gesturing for him to rise. "You have returned," Montezuma said. "I have," Tizoc replied. "And?" Tizoc did not hesitate. "The campaign was a success," he said. "The Tlaxcalan village has been destroyed, all resistance eliminated." He spoke with clarity and precision, recounting the events of the battle. "Our losses were minimal," he continued. 7 men killed, 12 wounded, none critically. Murmurs of approval moved faintly through the council. We have secured significant material wealth, Tizoc added, and more than 400 captives now being prepared for market. Montezuma listened intently, his expression unreadable. The region will feel this, Tizoc concluded. It will weaken their ability to resist us further. Silence followed. Then Montezuma spoke. You have served well, he said. His voice carried authority, but also something deeper, acknowledgement. You have brought wealth to this empire, he continued. You have struck fear into those who oppose us. He leaned forward slightly. There is no other captain like you among my warriors. The council remained silent, but their attention sharpened. You have honored this empire once again. Tizoc bowed his head. I serve at your command, he said. Montezuma gave a slight nod, then turned his attention to the shaman standing nearby. The men who fell in yesterday's battle, Montezuma said, they will be honored. The shaman inclined his head. This evening, Montezuma continued, a ceremony will be held, a proper mourning, a proper tribute. His gaze shifted briefly back to Tizoc. Your son, Kakamatsin, he said, and all those who died in the ambush months ago, they will be included. Tizoc did not speak, but there was a subtle tightening in his posture. It will be done, the shaman said. Montezuma then looked out across the chamber. You are dismissed, he said to his council. One by one the members rose, bowed, and exited the room. The shaman was among the last to leave, his eyes lingering for just a moment longer than the others before disappearing into the corridor. Soon, only Tizoc and Montezuma remained. The chamber felt different now, quieter, more intimate. Montezuma gestured to a seat near him. Come, he said. Sit. Tizoc obeyed, though such proximity to the emperor was not something he took lightly. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Montezuma broke the silence. Tell me, he said, his tone shifting slightly. While you were beyond the city, did you notice anything unusual? Tizoc frowned slightly. Unusual, he repeated. Montezuma's gaze sharpened. Anything out of the ordinary, he clarified. Things not of this land. Tizoc considered the question. No, my emperor, he said. Nothing beyond the expected. Montezuma studied him carefully. No men unlike our own, he pressed. Tall. Different. Tizoc shook his head. No. No creatures, Montezuma continued, that walk on 4 legs, yet carry men upon their backs. Tizoc's confusion deepened. No, my emperor. Montezuma leaned forward slightly. No armor, he said, that shines like the light of Tonatiuh himself. No. No weapons, Montezuma added, his voice lowering, that roar like thunder, that can tear through trees, that can rip a man apart as though he were nothing. Tizoc stared at him now. No, my prince, he said carefully, I have seen no such things. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, with all respect, why do you ask me this? The room fell silent. Montezuma leaned back slightly, his expression shifting, not to fear but to something close to unease. What I am about to tell you, he said slowly, does not leave this room. Tizoc straightened. On my life, he said, you have my silence. Montezuma held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. There are reports, he began, from the Eastern Sea. Tizoc said nothing. Reports of men, Montezuma continued, unlike any we have seen before. Large, powerful, armed with weapons beyond our understanding. Tizoc's expression hardened slightly. They have arrived, Montezuma said, in vessels that float upon the water. Great structures, larger than any canoe, larger than anything we have built. Tizoc absorbed the words in silence. I have heard these reports from multiple sources, Montezuma added. Messengers, traders, scouts. He paused. I do not yet know what to make of them. Tizoc finally spoke. And you believe they may come here? Montezuma did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked past Tizoc, as though seeing something far beyond the walls of the palace. For many years, he said, I have waited. Tizoc listened. For the return of Quetzalcoatl. The name carried weight, divine, ancient. If these stories are true, Montezuma continued, then I must ask myself what they mean. He turned his gaze back to Tizoc. What they mean for me. There was a pause. For this empire. Tizoc remained still. Montezuma's voice lowered further. If these are not men, but something more. He did not finish the thought. Instead, he exhaled slowly and straightened. You will not speak of this, he said. I will not, Tizoc replied. Montezuma nodded. Good. The moment lingered briefly before the emperor's demeanor shifted back to one of control. You have done your duty, he said. Now you will rest. Tizoc inclined his head. Remain close, Montezuma added. I may have need of you again soon. I will be ready, Tizoc said. Montezuma gave a final nod. You are dismissed. Tizoc rose, bowed once more, and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the chamber and into the corridor beyond, the weight of the conversation settled over him. The battle, the victory, the spoils, all of it now seemed distant. Something else had taken its place, something unknown. And as he made his way out of the palace and back into the living, breathing heart of Tenochtitlan, one thought remained with him. The world he knew might soon be changing. As the army drew closer to the main causeway leading into Tenochtitlan, the formation began to tighten. The long march had worn on even the most disciplined among them, but the sight of the city rising from the lake restored a sense of order and purpose. The warriors adjusted their pace, aligning themselves into cleaner ranks as they approached the narrow causeway that connected the mainland to the island capital. Yautl, who had been walking just behind and to the side of his father, felt his steps begin to slow. At first, it was subtle, barely noticeable against the steady rhythm of the march. But over several moments, the gap between him and Tizoc widened. His father did not turn to look, nor did he call out. Whether he noticed or simply chose not to acknowledge it, Yautl could not tell. The distance continued to grow. Eventually, Yautl allowed himself to drift fully out of alignment with his father's position at the front. He moved laterally through the ranks instead, his eyes scanning not the road ahead, but the lines behind. Specifically, the captives. They were still bound together in groups, guarded closely, their movements uneven and fatigued. The closer they came to the city, the more tension seemed to settle over them. Some glanced ahead at the towering structures in the distance with visible fear. Others kept their heads down, as though refusing to acknowledge what awaited them. Yautl's gaze moved deliberately across the lines until he found her. Guadalupe. She was walking among the others, her posture upright despite the restraints, her expression unchanged from what he remembered. There was no visible panic, no frantic searching for escape. If anything, she appeared detached. He did not approach, not yet. Instead, he continued forward at a measured pace, positioning himself closer to the rear of the formation as they neared the gates. When the army finally reached the entrance to the causeway, there was a brief halt. The narrow passage required a controlled entry, and the guards at the gates took their time ensuring everything proceeded without disruption. It was in that momentary pause that it happened. Yautl's eyes met hers. For the first time since he had cut the ropes from her wrists, there was no mistaking it. She saw him immediately, her gaze locking onto his with a clarity that cut through the surrounding movement and noise. For a brief moment, time seemed to still. Yautl expected something: fear, anger, recognition, even confusion. Instead, Guadalupe simply looked at him. And then, just as quickly, she looked away. There was no change in her expression, no acknowledgement of what had passed between them in that tent, no visible reaction to the man who had, in a single motion, altered the course of her life. Indifference. It unsettled him more than any reaction could have. The line began moving again, the gates opening to allow entry into the city. The moment passed, but it did not leave him. As they crossed into Tenochtitlán, the atmosphere shifted. The noise of the city, voices, footsteps, distant drums wrapped around them, replacing the quiet tension of the march. Citizens moved about their morning routines, some pausing to observe the returning army and its captives. Yautl remained near the rear, and as the column made its way toward the market district, he began to move again, this time with intention. He adjusted his path gradually, weaving closer to the line where Guadalupe walked. He did not rush, nor did he make his approach obvious. Instead, he kept a measured distance, close enough to observe, far enough to avoid immediate confrontation, but not far enough to go unnoticed. Guadalupe's posture shifted ever so slightly. She did not turn her head, but there was a subtle awareness in her movements now, as though she could feel his presence drawing nearer. By the time the market came into view, he had positioned himself within a few paces of her. The marketplace was already alive with activity, vendors preparing goods, traders negotiating, buyers moving from stall to stall. But one section stood apart from the rest: the auction quarters. It was there that the captives were being led. The line slowed, then stopped. The front of the column had reached its destination, and the rest were forced to wait as the process ahead began to unfold. Yautl took the final step forward, closing the distance between himself and Guadalupe. He stood beside her now, not touching, but close enough that there was no ambiguity. He spoke. "This is the auction quarters of the market," he said, his voice calm, controlled. "Over the next couple of days, this is where all of our captives will be sold." Guadalupe turned her head and looked at him directly. "Poor souls." The words were soft but clear. Yautl froze. It was not just the fact that this was the first time he heard her voice, it was what the words she had chosen to say. For a brief moment, he simply stared at her, processing. "Why do you say that?" he asked. Guadalupe's expression did not change. "The thought process of accepting that you are about to be a slave for the rest of your life is daunting enough," she said evenly, "but to have to wait until being auctioned off to the highest bidder in a public market to assume that fate must be even more difficult for them." She paused briefly. The uncertainty of it all. Yautl studied her carefully. "For them?" he asked. "Yes," she replied. "For them." There was no hesitation, no confusion. "Once my hands were cut free from that post," she continued, "I knew exactly who my owner was going to be. They are not so lucky." Silence followed. The noise of the market seemed distant now, muted beneath the weight of her words. Yautl said nothing. Neither did she. Then, As though continuing a conversation that had never been interrupted, Guadalupe spoke again. "So do you need to complete a bill of sale?" she asked, "or are we set to go home?" Not outwardly. His expression remained composed, his posture unchanged, but internally he admired how bold her demeanor was, her clarity, her acceptance, her assumption of his intent. It was not submission, it was something else entirely. "We're free to go," he said. "No paperwork will be necessary." Guadalupe gave a small nod, as though the answer had simply confirmed what she already knew. Without another word, Yautl gestured for her to follow. They stepped out of the line together, leaving behind the mass of captives and the rising noise of the auction quarters. None of the guards stopped them. None questioned it. Yautl's authority and his proximity to Tizoc was more than enough. The walk through the city was quieter now, not because the city itself was silent, but because neither of them spoke. They moved through narrow streets and open courtyards, past homes and workshops. The grandeur of the central district gradually gave way to more modest structures as they moved toward the outskirts. Eventually, they reached their destination, Yautl's home. It was a modest cottage, positioned just outside the military barracks in a far corner of the city. It was not grand, but it was solid, well-built, functional, and entirely his. He stepped inside, gesturing for her to follow. "This is my home," he said. Guadalupe entered without hesitation. Yautl gave a brief tour, moving through the space with practiced familiarity. The main area opened into a living space, a large hammock stretched between two wooden beams, a sturdy table positioned near the center. The room was open, uncluttered. Adjacent to it was the kitchen, a wood-burning stove set against the wall, with simple tools and utensils arranged neatly nearby. At the back of the home were the sleeping quarters. A single large petate lay on the floor, a woven reed mat, wide enough for rest, simple but sufficient. "That is all," Yautl said. Guadalupe took it in silently. Then she turned to him. "You should rest," she said. Yautl blinked. "For a little while," she continued, already moving toward the kitchen. "I will prepare something for us to eat." He watched her. There was no hesitation in her voice, no uncertainty. It was not a request. It was a decision. For a brief moment, Yautl found himself questioning something he had never needed to question before. Who, exactly, held power in this space? The thought passed quickly, but not without leaving an impression. Then, just as quickly, it resolved. A meal, prepared for him, served to him. The structure remained intact. "I'll need about an hour," Guadalupe added, her attention already shifting to the task at hand. "I'll wake you when it's ready." Yautl nodded. "Please do so," he replied. Without another word, he moved back into the living area and lowered himself into the hammock. The fabric shifted beneath his weight, settling as he leaned back. For the first time since the march began, he allowed his body to rest. But his mind did not follow so easily. As he closed his eyes, one thought lingered, quiet, persistent. Guadalupe was not like the others, and he did not yet understand what that meant. Yautl had never been a man who slept deeply. Even as a child, long before he earned his place among the warriors of the empire, rest had come to him in fragments, light, easily broken, never fully his. Years of conflict had only sharpened that instinct. Campaigns, ambushes, night watches, and the ever-present possibility of attack had conditioned his body to remain alert, even in stillness. Sleep, when it came, was a temporary surrender, not a refuge. So it came as no surprise that, despite the exhaustion that weighed heavily on him, his rest did not last. The hammock shifted slightly as his eyes opened. It had been just over an hour, no more. He exhaled quietly and sat up, the woven fabric creaking softly beneath him. The fatigue was still there, lingering in his limbs, but it had dulled enough to allow movement. He ran a hand across his face, grounding himself in the present. And then he noticed it. The scent drifted from the kitchen, rich and unmistakable, carrying with it a sense of order, of something already in progress, already handled. Yautl stood and made his way toward it. As he entered the kitchen, Guadalupe turned slightly to acknowledge him, her movements fluid, unhurried. She stood near the stove, her attention divided between the fire and the food she was preparing. "The food should be ready in about 5 minutes," she said calmly. "Take a seat and drink some of the cacao I just made." Yautl stopped. It took less than a minute of being awake for the second wave of astonishment to hit him. Cacao. His gaze shifted to the cup she had indicated. There was no mistaking it. The rich, dark liquid. The faint bitterness in the air beneath the warmth of its aroma. Cacao was not common. It was not something found in the homes of ordinary people, nor something casually prepared without thought. It was a prized commodity, reserved for nobles, high-ranking warriors, and those favored within the empire's structure. Even he, as an elite warrior, received it sparingly. A reward, a privilege earned through blood and service. And yet here it was, in his home, prepared, casually. His eyes moved back to Guadalupe, a slave, a woman who, by all outward appearances, should have had no access to such things, let alone the knowledge of how to prepare them. And yet she had. There were questions, many of them. How did she know what it was? Where had she learned to make it? Why did she speak of it with such indifference? She turned and handed him a plate, 4 freshly made tortillas and beans. Simple, warm, immediate. Hunger took hold. Yautl accepted the plate without a word and sat. They ate in silence. The unfamiliarity between them lingered, unaddressed, sitting just beneath the surface of the moment. When the food was gone, Guadalupe rose first. She collected the plates and utensils, putting them back into the kitchen without hesitation. She cleaned, organized, and set everything aside with practiced ease. After doing so, Guadalupe politely asked, "Where would we bathe?" Yautl stood. "Come," he said. He led her through to the backyard of the house. A small patch of flowers grew there, simple, scattered, but alive with color. Yautl reached down and gathered a handful. He did not explain why. Beyond the patch, just as the land dipped slightly, a stream ran along the edge of the property. The water moved steadily, clear enough to reveal the stones beneath its surface. He stopped there and turned to her. "We can bathe here," he said. His voice, for reasons he did not examine, was softer than usual. Guadalupe nodded. Then, without hesitation, she stepped closer. Her hands moved to his helmet first. She removed it carefully, lifting it from his head with a steady, deliberate motion. Then his chest plate followed, loosened and set aside with equal care. Yautl did not stop her, did not question it. Her attention shifted. There, a small wound along his right forearm. Not deep, not serious, but fresh enough to draw notice. She reached for it without asking. Her touch was precise, controlled. She cleaned it with water from the stream, her movements steady, unflinching. For a moment, the world narrowed. The battle, the march home, the fire, the screams, the weight of conquest. All of it faded into something distant, something unreal. There was only the sound of water, the presence of another person, close, unguarded. They bathed without speaking. The water carried away the dirt, the blood, the remnants of the day that had brought them here. It left behind something cleaner, not just on the surface, but beneath it. When they were finished, they returned to the house. The silence between them remained, but it had changed. It was no longer unfamiliar. It was simply there. Guadalupe moved first. Back into the kitchen, she resumed her work, cleaning what remained, drying. storing. Every action was efficient, purposeful, as though she had done it 1,000 times before. Yautol watched. There was something about the way she moved, something that resisted easy understanding. She was not uncertain, not hesitant, not behaving as someone newly taken, newly placed into a life not her own. She adapted, seamlessly. When she finished, she did not linger. She turned and walked toward the sleeping quarters. Yautol followed, though more slowly. He stood at the threshold as she began to remove her clothing. There was no ceremony to it, no attempt to conceal, no effort to provoke. It was simply done, methodical, unremarkable, as though it were the next logical step in a sequence of events already decided. She lay down on the petate, and then she looked at him. Yautol remained where he stood. There was a pause, a moment where neither of them moved, neither of them spoke. The air between them shifted, uncertainty, unfamiliarity, something unspoken pressing into the space. Then she broke it. "Yautol," she said. Her voice was calm. "You didn't ask anyone to become a warrior. You didn't ask anyone to invade Tlaxcala and sack the town I was in. You didn't ask anyone whether or not to kill the town chief, my former owner." The words landed evenly, no anger, no bitterness. "You didn't ask anyone to free me." A pause. "You didn't ask anyone to re-enslave me as your own. Although I did see you had a long talk with your father on our way here." Yautol's expression did not change, but his attention sharpened. "Perhaps there was a formal negotiation of some kind that I'm not aware of," she continued. "In any case." She shifted slightly, resting more comfortably. "You don't look like the type who has ever asked for permission." "So the hesitation you are feeling in this moment," she said, her voice steady, "is being brought on entirely by the fact that you are behaving against your natural inclinations. You have always done what you wanted to do." Another pause. "Why stop now?" Yautol stared at her, and for the first time since he had found her in that tent, he allowed himself to fully acknowledge it. This woman was not simple, not predictable, not contained by the expectations he had placed upon her. Over the course of a single day, she had done something few others ever had. She had unsettled him. Not through defiance, not through resistance, but through clarity. Through an understanding that seemed to move ahead of him, anticipating, observing, dissecting without effort. He inhaled slowly. Adaptation. That was what this required. Just as he had adapted on the battlefield, within the ranks, within the structure of command, he would adapt here. His composure returned, not forced, but chosen. He stepped forward. Whatever uncertainty had lingered in that moment collapsed. And as he moved to meet her where she lay, his actions were no longer guided by hesitation, but by the same certainty that had defined him in every other aspect of his life. Direct, decisive, unquestioned. It did not take long. What had begun as something uncertain, something shaped by conquest, circumstance, and a fragile imbalance of power, shifted with a speed neither of them had anticipated. In the weeks that followed their return to Tenochtitlan, Guadalupe and Yautol settled into a rhythm that felt, at times, almost natural. Shared meals became expected rather than incidental. Conversations, once sparse and cautious, grew more frequent, then easier. The silence between them, which had once carried weight, began to soften. It no longer felt like distance. It became space, something they occupied together rather than apart. Yautol found himself returning home earlier when he could, not out of obligation, but inclination. Guadalupe, in turn, adapted not just to the structure of his household, but to him. She learned his patterns, his moods, the unspoken signals that dictated when he wished for quiet and when he did not. Yet she never disappeared into the background. There remained something distinct about her presence, something grounded, deliberate, entirely her own. It was not submission that defined her place in his life, it was partnership. And somewhere within that shift, something deeper took hold. Love. It was not declared, not spoken aloud in grand terms. It revealed itself in smaller ways, in the way Yaotl listened when she spoke, in the way Guadalupe reached for him without hesitation, in the quiet understanding that passed between them without the need for words. By the summer of 1517, it was undeniable, and soon after, it changed everything. Guadalupe was with child. The realization came quietly, without ceremony. A missed cycle, a growing certainty, and then acceptance. Yaotl received the news in silence at first, his expression unreadable. But beneath that stillness, something deeper than pride, deeper than satisfaction. Legacy. Not the abstract kind spoken of in battle or honor, but something tangible, something that would live beyond him. From that moment forward, his attention sharpened. He ensured her safety with greater care, his presence at home becoming more deliberate, more focused. Even when duty called him away, his thoughts returned to her, and to what was growing within her. The months passed steadily. Guadalupe carried the child with quiet strength. She did not complain, did not falter. If anything, she seemed to become more grounded, more certain in herself as time went on. By the time winter approached, the city had begun to change with the season. The air cooled slightly, the rhythms of daily life adjusting in subtle ways. And then, in January of 1518, the child came. A boy. Healthy. Strong. Yaotl stood nearby, watching as the child was placed into Guadalupe's arms. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They simply looked. At the child, at each other, at the life that now existed because of them. "What would we call him?" Guadalupe asked softly. Yaotl did not hesitate. Cacamatzin. The name carried weight, memory, loss, and now, renewal. Guadalupe studied him for a moment, understanding what it meant without needing explanation. Then she nodded. "Cacamatzin," she repeated. The child stirred slightly, as though acknowledging it. For a time, everything else faded. The war, the empire, the obligations that defined Yaotl's life. All of it seemed distant compared to the small, fragile life now resting in their care. But it did not last. Not entirely, because beyond the walls of their home, something else was unfolding. Something that would not allow peace to remain. Shortly after the birth of his son, Yaotl began to spend more time away. At first, the absences were brief, a day, 2, then longer. Orders came more frequently now, less predictable, more urgent. The pattern was unmistakable. Something had changed at the highest levels of the empire. Within the palace, Emperor Montezuma had grown increasingly attentive to the counsel of his priests. Over the past year, reports had reached him, omens, visions, warnings interpreted through ritual and ceremony. At the center of these interpretations was a single, recurring message. Prepare. The return of Quetzalcoatl. The implications were profound. To the emperor, such a return could signify transformation, divine judgment, perhaps even upheaval. And so, in an effort to place the empire in favorable standing with the gods, the priests made their recommendation clear. Increase the sacrifices, appease the divine, ensure balance. Montezuma did not ignore them. Instead, he acted. And in doing so, he set into motion a chain of events that would pull Yaotl further and further from home. There were other concerns as well, concerns that Montezuma did not share openly. Reports had begun to surface, quiet at first, then more consistent. Traders and scouts returning from distant regions spoke of unfamiliar sights. Strange men, unrecognizable weapons, beasts unlike any seen before. These accounts came from lands to the east, territories beyond the direct reach of the empire, areas associated with the Maya civilization. Montezuma did not dismiss these reports, but neither did he spread them. Instead, he chose to confide in only one man outside his inner circle, Tizoc. The trust placed in him was absolute, and the responsibility that came with it, immense. What Montezuma required was discretion, action without explanation, and Tizoc, as always, obeyed. The orders were clear. Go to the empire's more belligerent neighbors, those who resisted, those who remained unstable within the broader structure of Aztec control. But this time, the goal was different. Not tribute, not conquest. Capture. Specifically, living male warriors, men strong enough, worthy enough to be offered in sacrifice. And so the raids began. Tizoc led them, as he always did, and at his side, Yaotl. Village after village fell under their assault, not in the sweeping destruction of earlier campaigns, but in precise, targeted strikes. The objective was not to eradicate, but to extract. Men were taken alive, bound, transported back to Tenochtitlán. There, they would meet their fate atop temple altars, their lives offered to the gods in ceremonies meant to secure the empire's future. Then, without rest, the warriors would march again. The cycle repeated, again and again. Months passed, then more. For Yaotl, time became fragmented, measured not in seasons, but in campaigns. Each return home was shorter than the last. Each departure came more quickly. He watched his son grow in increments, small changes that marked time he had not been there to witness. A first smile, a stronger grip, the beginnings of recognition in the child's eyes. Each moment felt both precious and fleeting, and each time he left, the distance grew heavier. Eventually, the raids began to push further outward. The nearby regions had been exhausted, either subdued or stripped of what was needed. Tizoc had no choice. He took his warriors farther, beyond the familiar, beyond the comfortable reach of the capital. It took over a year, but by the time the next cycle of campaigns had reached its height, they found themselves near the eastern edge of the world they knew, the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. The land there was different. The air carried salt. The sound of waves replaced the distant hum of inland life of wild animals and birds. It was unfamiliar territory, and it carried with it a quiet unease. Their camp was set just beyond the shoreline. As the sun dipped toward the horizon one evening, Tizoc and Yaotl walked along the beach on patrol. The sand shifted beneath their feet, the tide rolling in steady, endless motion. For a time, neither spoke. Then Yaotl broke the silence. "Dad," he said. Tizoc glanced at him. "What are we doing out here?" There was no accusation in his voice, only something deeper. Fatigue, frustration. "My son, your grandson celebrated his first birthday last week," Yaotl continued, "and we're all the way out here." He gestured toward the open water. "This entire year, we've brought back men to the empire only to have to go back out and repeat the process. What's Montezuma's end game with all of this? When do we get to go back home?" Tizoc did not answer immediately. They walked several more paces before he spoke. "Son," he said quietly, "I really wish we could have been there for Kakamatsin's first birthday. Just as much as I wish we could go home right now." There was something genuine in those words, something personal, but it did not last. "Emperor Montezuma has his reasons," he said, "and as soldiers of the Aztec Empire, that is good enough for both you and I to continue to serve as we have always done." The words were firm, final. Understood? Yaotl felt it immediately. This was not his father speaking. This was his commanding officer. He straightened slightly. "Yes, sir." Later that evening, after changing guard duty assignments, they returned to camp. Sleep came quickly. The exhaustion of constant movement made sure of that. But it did not last long. The following morning, just as the first light of dawn began to stretch across the horizon, the camp stirred. Footsteps approached rapidly, voices, urgent, strained. The flap of Tizoc's tent was thrown aside as a soldier rushed in, breathing heavily. "Chief Tizoc," he said, between breaths, "we apologize for waking you so early." Tizoc stirred, rising from the ground, his mind already sharpening. "Catch your breath," he said. "Then tell me what it is that's so important." The soldier struggled for a moment. "Well, sir, it's kind of hard to explain." Tizoc's eyes narrowed slightly. "It's something you should see for yourself." That was enough. Tizoc stood fully now. "Show me." He turned, looking toward his son. "Ya Otl," he said. "Wake up. We need to go." The walk was quick, 10 minutes along the shoreline. The air was cool, the light still soft with early morning. And then they saw it. Out on the water, a fleet of ships. Large vessels anchored near the shore, far larger than any canoe, any craft they had ever known. They did not move like anything familiar. They stood, towering, foreign. And on them, figures, men, not like them. And beside them, beasts, massive, unrecognizable. Yaotl stared. "Who do you think they are?" he asked quietly. "What do you think they want?" Tizoc did not answer immediately. He watched, studied, measured. Then, slowly, he turned to his men. "Gather your things," he said. "We're breaking camp." The soldiers looked at him, confused. "And going home?" "We have an urgent message to deliver to Montezuma at once." One of the men stepped forward. "What's that?" Tizoc's gaze returned briefly to the horizon, then back to them. His voice was steady. "We must tell him that Quetzalcoatl has returned." Far across the water, long before the first sighting on the shores of Vera Cruz reached the ears of the Aztec court, preparations had already begun. In a dimly lit chamber on the island of Cuba, Hernán Cortés stood over a large wooden table, maps and parchment spread before him. The air was thick with heat, the faint scent of salt drifting in from the nearby harbor. Outside, the sounds of labor carried through the open window. Men hauling crates, hammering wood, shouting orders as ships were readied for departure. Inside, Cortés remained focused. Across from him stood a junior officer, young but seasoned enough to understand the weight of what they were preparing to undertake. "We currently have 11 ships ready," the officer said, scanning a list in his hand. "All seaworthy, some in better condition than others, but they'll hold." Cortés nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on the map. "And the men?" he asked. "Just over 500, the officer replied. "Infantry mostly, a handful of crossbowmen, some arquebusiers as well." Cortés finally looked up. "And the horses?" 16, the officer said, "all in good condition." A faint smile crossed Cortés's face. "Good," he said. "They will be persuasive." The officer continued. "We've secured enough food for several weeks," he said. "Salted meat, hardtack, dried legumes. Fresh water has been loaded into casks, though we'll need to replenish as soon as possible after landfall." "And the weapons?" Cortés asked. "Swords, pikes, crossbows," the officer replied. "Gunpowder stores are sufficient for now, but we'll need to conserve." Cortés nodded again, satisfied. "This expedition," he said, almost to himself, "will not be like the others." The officer hesitated for a moment. "There are rumors," he said carefully, "of large civilizations inland, wealth, cities unlike anything we've seen." Cortés's gaze sharpened. "Yes," he said, "I've heard the same." Before the officer could respond, the door to the chamber burst open. Another man rushed in, breathless, urgency written across his face. In his hand, he held a folded piece of parchment. "Captain Cortés," he said, stepping forward, "this just arrived." Cortés took the document without a word and unfolded it. His eyes moved quickly across the page. The room fell silent. The junior officer watched carefully, trying to read his expression. Finally, Cortés spoke. "It is from Diego Velázquez de Cuellar," he said. The officer who had entered nodded. "Yes, sir." Cortés continued reading for a moment longer, then lowered the paper. "Well?" the junior officer asked. Cortés looked at him. "My orders have been rescinded," he said calmly. "I am to abort the mission and return to barracks. Further instructions will follow." The words hung in the air. Silence. Then, "That's impossible," the junior officer said. Cortés let out a quiet breath. "No," he replied. "It is not impossible." He folded the paper slowly and placed it on the table. "It is predictable." The two officers exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Cortés stepped away from the table, his hands resting behind his back as he began to pace. "You must understand something," he said. "This is not about the expedition." He turned to face them. "This is about him." "Governor Velázquez?" the junior officer asked. Cortés nodded. "There was a time," he began, "when he saw value in me, when my abilities served his purposes." He paused. "But over time, that changed." "How?" the officer asked. Cortés's expression hardened slightly. "Success," he said. He resumed pacing. "I have governed well," he continued, "managed resources efficiently, led men effectively, earned loyalty." He stopped. "And men like Velázquez do not tolerate being overshadowed." The room remained still as he spoke. "History has shown us this before," Cortés continued. "Many times." He turned back toward them. "Consider Philip II of Macedon," he said, "a great ruler, a conqueror, a man of immense achievement." He paused briefly. "And yet, even he looked upon his own son, Alexander the Great, and recognized something unsettling." The junior officer listened closely. "He saw ambition," Cortés said, "a drive that would surpass his own, and it troubled him." Cortés's gaze shifted slightly, distant for a moment. "Or take Julius Caesar," he continued, "a man who brought glory to Rome through his campaigns in Gaul." He stepped closer to the table. "And what did he receive in return?" The officer answered quietly, "Orders to return." Cortés nodded. "Yes," he said, "orders from the Senate, influenced heavily by Pompey, a man who saw Caesar's success not as an asset, but as a threat." He let the words settle. "They demanded he return to Rome," Cortés said, "to face trial, to relinquish his command." A pause. "And we all know how that ended." The room remained silent. Cortés looked between the two men. "This," he said, gesturing to the letter, "is no different." The junior officer shifted slightly. "So what do we do?" he asked. Cortés studied them both carefully. Then he spoke. "History," he said slowly, "is filled with men who received orders like this." He let the statement linger. "Men who obeyed." Another pause. "And what do we know of them?" Neither officer answered. Cortés did. "Nothing." He stepped closer. "No one remembers their names," he said. "No one records their actions, because they did nothing worth remembering." His voice sharpened slightly. "They followed orders. They did their duty. And in doing so, they achieved nothing." He let the silence build. Then he asked the question, "Which men would you prefer to be?" The officers looked at one another briefly, then back at him. The answer came without hesitation. "We wish to be remembered," the junior officer said. "The ones who acted," the second added. Cortés nodded once. "Good," he said. He turned back to the table, placing both hands firmly against its surface. "Then we proceed," he said. The officers straightened. "Expedite all preparations," Cortés ordered. "We set sail at first light tomorrow." There was no hesitation now. "No more delays." "Yes, Captain," they responded in unison. And just like that, the course was set. Nearly 2 weeks later, far from the Caribbean shores, Tizoc and his men moved with relentless urgency. The march back to Tenochtitlan was unlike any they had undertaken before. There were no pauses for rest beyond what was absolutely necessary, no deviations, no delays. Whatever they had seen on the beaches near Veracruz had altered everything. The men felt it, even without speaking. By the time the city came into view, their pace had not slowed. Just before reaching the gates, Tizoc raised his hand. The column halted. He turned to face them. "You will return to your families," he said firmly. "You will rest." The men listened in silence. "But you will remain ready," he continued. "At a moment's notice, you may be called again." A pause. Then his expression hardened. "And you will speak to no one about what we have seen." The weight of those words settled immediately. "No one," he repeated. He scanned their faces. "The consequence for breaking this command is death." No one moved. "No trial," he added. "No mercy." Another pause. "Ritual sacrifice." The message was clear. The men nodded, one by one. Agreement without question. Tizoc lowered his hand. "Go," he said. The formation broke. Without delay, Tizoc made his way toward the palace. The guards recognized him immediately, granting passage without hesitation. Inside, the atmosphere was alive with activity. Nobles, attendants, and guests filled the corridors. When Tizoc reached the inner chamber, he was stopped by an advisor. "I request an immediate audience with the Emperor," Tizoc said. The advisor hesitated. "His Majesty is currently receiving guests." "Now," Tizoc interrupted. There was something in his tone that could not be ignored. The advisor studied him briefly, then nodded. Moments later, he entered the chamber where Montezuma sat among nobles. The advisor bowed. "My Emperor," he said, "Chief Tizoc has returned from campaign and requests an immediate audience with you, and you alone, on a matter of the utmost importance." Montezuma did not hesitate. He rose. "Excuse me," he said to his guests, and left the chamber. They met in private. Tizoc bowed. "My Emperor," he began, "I thank you for seeing me on such short notice." Montezuma regarded him carefully. "Do not concern yourself with the inconvenience," he said. "Your urgency suggests something of greater importance than ceremony." A pause. "Speak," he said. "What is it that I must know?" Tizoc hesitated, only briefly. Then Tizoc replied, "My Emperor, nearly 2 years ago, you spoke to me of strange things." Montezuma's expression shifted slightly. "Men," Tizoc continued, "beasts, weapons beyond understanding." "I remember," Montezuma said. "Like I said, at that time, I was completely confused as to what you were asking of me. I can now say today that is no longer the case." There was a pause. Montezuma looked down and said nothing. Tizoc continued, "The men and I saw all of the things you mentioned at a beach in Veracruz. We saw beasts and weaponry only meant to be used by gods who used such things. I believe we have witnessed the return of Quetzalcoatl." Montezuma's composure faltered, just slightly. "Did you?" he began. Tizoc cut him off. "They will not speak," he said firmly. "I ordered silence. On their lives." Montezuma studied him. "I sent them home," Tizoc added, "but they are ready." The room fell quiet. Then, slowly, Montezuma nodded. "You have done well," he said, "as you always have." He exhaled quietly. "Go home," he continued. "Rest." Then his gaze sharpened once more. "Tomorrow," he said, "return to me, with a small group of your most trusted men." A pause. "We must prepare." The shoreline of the new land was alive with movement. Men moved in coordinated rhythm, unloading supplies from the anchored ships, barrels of fresh water, sacks of grain, crates of weapons, tools, and equipment necessary for survival in an unfamiliar world. Horses were carefully guided down makeshift ramps, their hooves striking the sand with uncertain force as they adjusted to the terrain. The air was thick with humidity, the scent of salt and vegetation blending into something foreign yet invigorating. At the center of it all stood Hernán Cortés. He observed everything. Nothing escaped his attention: the pace of the men, the condition of the supplies, the discipline of his officers. This was no longer preparation. This was execution. Once the last of the essential provisions had been brought ashore and the camp established, Cortés turned to one of his aides. "Send for Jerónimo de Aguilar," he said. "Tell him to join me for the midday meal." The aide nodded and departed at once. By the time the sun had climbed to its peak, casting sharp light across the encampment, Aguilar arrived. He approached respectfully, though there was a visible difference in him from when Cortés had first encountered him. His frame, once gaunt from years of captivity, had begun to fill out. His posture carried more strength, more presence. Cortés noticed immediately. "Sit," Cortés said, gesturing toward the space across from him. Aguilar obeyed. For a moment they ate in silence, simple provisions, practical and sufficient. Then Cortés spoke. "Tell me," he said, studying him, "are the men treating you well?" Aguilar nodded. "They are, Captain," he replied. "I have been shown nothing but kindness." Cortés allowed a faint smile. "I can see that," he said. "You've put on weight." Aguilar lowered his gaze slightly, almost embarrassed. "It appears you are well on your way to a full recovery," Cortés continued. "I am grateful," Aguilar said sincerely, "for your hospitality and for my deliverance." He paused, then added with quiet conviction, "I thank Jesus Christ, the true Son of God, for sending you, for saving my life." Cortés watched him carefully. Faith, he knew, was a powerful force, one that could bind men together just as effectively as loyalty or ambition. He nodded once. "And perhaps," Cortés said, "he has more work for us yet." Aguilar looked up, attentive. Cortés leaned back slightly, shifting the direction of the conversation. "I am told," he began, "that you speak the language of the people in this region." Aguilar understood immediately. "The Chontal language," he said. "Yes, I speak it." Cortés's interest sharpened. "You learned it during your captivity?" "I did," Aguilar replied. 8 years among them leaves little room for ignorance. I learned their language, their customs, their ways." He paused briefly. "I know them well." Cortés nodded slowly. "Good," he said. There was a moment of silence before he continued. "Tomorrow," Cortés said, "we move inland." Aguilar's expression changed slightly, subtle but noticeable. "To the city of Tabasco," Cortés added. Aguilar did not respond immediately. "We will approach them," Cortés continued, "and offer our hand in friendship." That was when Aguilar spoke. With respect, he said carefully, that would be unwise. Cortés raised an eyebrow. Explain. Aguilar leaned forward slightly. I have lived among these people, he said. I have seen how they treat outsiders, especially those they perceive as threats. His voice remained calm but firm. They are not welcoming, he continued, not to men like us, not to men of Christ. Cortés said nothing. They are capable of great cruelty, Aguilar added, merciless at times. A pause. They will not see you as a friend, he concluded. They will see you as an enemy. The words hung between them. Cortés considered them carefully. I hear your warning, he said at last. Aguilar watched him, waiting. But I will not act on fear alone, Cortés continued, not without first testing the possibility of diplomacy. Aguilar held his gaze. You believe they will reject us, Cortés said. I do, Aguilar replied. Then we will know soon enough, Cortés said. His tone was final. I will extend my hand, he added, even if I expect it to be refused. Aguilar exhaled quietly. As you command, he said. The following day proved him right. As the Spanish force approached the city of Potonchan, their presence did not go unnoticed. Warriors gathered, lines formed, and when Cortés extended his offer, through Aguilar's voice translated into the Chontal tongue, it was met not with acceptance, but defiance. The response was immediate, hostile, and within moments the situation shifted. Arrows filled the air, a volley so dense it darkened the space between the two forces. They struck the Spanish ranks with relentless force, but most failed to penetrate the steel armor worn by Cortés's men. The unfamiliar material absorbed the impact, deflecting what would have otherwise been lethal strikes. Still, the pressure was immense. The Spanish were outnumbered, severely. Warriors closed in from multiple directions, their movements fast, coordinated, aggressive. But Cortés did not hesitate. Return fire, he ordered. The response was devastating. Gunpowder weapons roared to life, arquebuses cracking through the air with thunderous force. Smoke billowed as cannon fire followed, tearing through formations and sending shockwaves across the battlefield. And then, the horses. Massive, powerful, unlike anything the defenders had ever seen. They charged forward, with Spanish riders mounted atop them, blades drawn, momentum unstoppable. The effect was immediate. Confusion, fear, disorder. What had begun as a confident defense began to fracture. The Mayan warriors, unprepared for such weapons and creatures, began to fall back, then retreat, and finally, break. The battlefield shifted in a matter of hours. By the end of the day, the fighting had ceased, and by the next, peace was requested. Following the battle, Cortés and his men returned to their position within the city. The wounded were tended to. The dead, on both sides, were buried. The cost of the encounter was acknowledged, even in victory. Then, as tradition dictated, representatives from Tabasco arrived. They came bearing gifts, offerings meant to acknowledge defeat and secure peace. Gold, jewelry, jade, turquoise, animal skins, exotic feathers, domestic animals, a display of wealth that did not go unnoticed. But among the gifts was something else. 20 young women, presented as part of the offering. Among them was one who had come to be known as La Malinche. At the time, she was simply one among many, but her presence would soon prove significant. Word of these events traveled quickly. The following month, in April of 1519, a small contingent approached the Spanish camp. Among them were representatives of the Aztec Empire. 2 governors, Tendile and Pitalpitoque, escorted by a group of elite warriors. At their side, Tizoc and Yaotl. They had been sent with a clear purpose: to observe, to question, to understand. The meeting between the two groups was tense, though outwardly respectful. Through translators, Aguilar, and soon supplemented by Malinche, communication was established. Cortés listened as the envoy spoke, then responded, carefully. When asked of his intentions, he remained vague, purposefully so. He spoke of exploration, of diplomacy, of his desire to meet the great emperor he had heard so much about, Montezuma. His tone was respectful, but insistent. The envoys listened, then responded in kind. They presented gifts, gold, finely crafted items, tokens of the empire's wealth and sophistication. But when it came to the request for a meeting, they declined, politely, firmly. Montezuma would not receive him, not now, not under these circumstances. The message was clear. The distance between the two worlds remained. After the envoys departed, Cortés's advisers gathered. Their attention, however, was not on the refusal. It was on the gifts, the gold, the craftsmanship, the sheer value of what had been presented in a single meeting. "If this is what they offer as a gesture," one of the men said, "what must exist in their capital?" Another nodded. "A city like that," he added, "must hold wealth beyond anything we've seen." The idea spread quickly. Not just possibility, but certainty. And with it came something powerful: desire. Over the next 3 months, Cortés moved carefully, deliberately. He did not rush inland, not yet. Instead, he focused on diplomacy, building alliances. He reached out to local tribes, many of whom had long-standing grievances against Aztec rule. Oppression, tribute demands, and conflict had created fractures within the region. Cortés exploited them, skillfully. He offered partnership, protection, opportunity. And, one by one, some began to listen. Meanwhile, he established a permanent base along the coast, at Veracruz. From there, he made a bold declaration. All of the lands they now stood upon belonged to the Spanish crown. It was a statement of intent, clear, unyielding. But what came next would define everything. In July, Cortés gathered his men. They stood along the shoreline, facing the fleet that had brought them here. The ships, their only link back, their only means of retreat. Cortés addressed them. "We are here for a purpose," he said, "not just for ourselves, but for God and for Spain." His voice carried across the assembled ranks. "We will bring glory to our empire," he continued, "and wealth beyond imagination." He let the words settle. "Gold," he said, "more than any of you have ever seen." Their attention sharpened, their ambition ignited. Then, without warning, he gave the order. The ships were to be destroyed. One by one, they were dismantled, rendered unusable. The men watched in stunned silence as their escape vanished before their eyes. There would be no return, no retreat, only forward. When it was done, Cortés turned back to them. "There is no going back now," he said. The reality settled in. Final, absolute. "Our path is clear," he continued. He looked inland, toward the unknown, toward the empire that awaited. "We march," he said, "to Tenochtitlán." And with that, the course of history was set. The return to Tenochtitlán was quieter than most. There were no bound captives trailing behind them, no carts heavy with tribute, no celebratory rhythm in the soldiers' steps. Instead, Tizoc and his small band of elite warriors moved with a sense of urgency. At the center of their formation walked the 2 diplomats, men of rank and composure, their expressions unreadable, but their importance unmistakable. The city rose ahead of them, vast and alive as ever, its causeways crowded with traders, laborers, and citizens beginning their day. Yet even within that familiar rhythm, something felt different to those who had seen the eastern shores. They had looked upon something unknown, and now they carried that knowledge home. The guards at the gates recognized Tizoc immediately, stepping aside without question. No words were exchanged, none were needed. The column passed through the city and made its way directly toward the palace. The diplomats were escorted inside under heavy guard, their arrival already anticipated. Tizoc oversaw the transfer personally. There were no delays, no confusion. The men were handed off to palace officials, their presence now the concern of the emperor and his inner council. Only when the final formalities were complete did Tizoc step back. His duty, at least for the moment, was done. He turned to his soldiers. "You have done well," he said simply. "You are dismissed." The men bowed their heads briefly before dispersing into the city, each returning to whatever brief normalcy awaited them. All but one. Yautl remained. Tizoc looked at him, not as a commander, but as something else. A father. "I'd like to see my grandson," he said. There was no command in his voice this time, only intention. Yautl nodded without hesitation. "Of course," he replied. "Come with me." The walk through the city shifted in tone. The urgency that had defined their return faded, replaced by something quieter, more grounded. They passed through narrower streets now, away from the grandeur of the central district and toward the more modest outskirts where Yautl's home stood. Neither spoke much. They didn't need to. When they reached the door, Yautl pushed it open. Guadalupe was already there. She moved quickly, faster than either of them expected. Before Yautl could even fully step inside, she closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms around him in a firm embrace. The gesture was immediate, unrestrained. She kissed him. "Welcome home," she said softly. There was warmth in her voice, genuine, unguarded. Then she turned her attention to Tizoc. "Nice to see you too," she added with a polite nod. "Your grandson's in the bedroom. He's been waiting." There was no hesitation, no uncertainty in her voice. "You both must be starving," she continued, already turning toward the kitchen. "I'll make you both something to eat." Neither man argued. Tizoc gave a small nod and moved toward the bedroom. Yautl lingered for only a second before following Guadalupe into the kitchen. She worked with efficiency. Guadalupe asked, "So, how was your assignment this time?" There was curiosity in her tone, but also restraint. Yautl exhaled quietly. "There are things I cannot speak of," he began. "Orders." She nodded. "I understand." That was all she said, so he continued. "We escorted our diplomats," he said, "to meet with a new group of people. There is a delicate situation unfolding." The tortillas flipped cleanly beneath her hands. "We were instructed to bring gifts," he went on, "and to ask their intentions." "And?" she asked. "They wish to speak directly with the emperor," Yautl said. "But we told them he has no interest. Not at this time." Guadalupe listened without interruption. "They did not speak our language," he added, "but they had someone with them." "A girl," Yautl said. "Nawa. Young. A slave." Now Guadalupe stopped completely. "She translated for them," he continued, "spoke for men of high standing as though it were nothing unusual." Silence filled the space. "She called herself," Yautl paused briefly, "La Malinche." Guadalupe froze. Completely. "La Malinche?" she asked slowly. Her voice was no longer casual. "You're certain?" "Yes," Yautl said. She turned to face him now. "A Nawa girl," she pressed. "Around my age. Lighter skin. Curly hair." Yes, he replied, all of those things. Yautl allowed a faint smile to surface. It sounds like you know her. But Guadalupe did not smile back, not even slightly. The rest of the meal was prepared in silence. Not the earlier kind, quiet, neutral, unspoken. This silence was different. Focused. Heavy. She moved with the same precision as before, but something beneath it had changed. Her thoughts were elsewhere now, moving faster than her hands. When the food was ready, she served both men without a word. Tizoc returned from the bedroom, his expression softened in a way rarely seen outside of war. Time with his grandson had left its mark. They sat, they ate, and still she said nothing. Only after they had finished did she speak again. Yautl, she said, I would like to continue the conversation we were having earlier. Yautl nodded. She once again repeated the question she asked before, only this time with Tizoc present. In detail she described things about this interpreter that the men had never seen before, but apparently Guadalupe knew. Tizoc was even more astonished than Yautl as to Guadalupe's familiarity. It's safe to assume that astonishment was something that at this point had a much higher bar for Yautl, considering his history with Guadalupe. Tizoc confirmed all of the answers to her questions as being true, and for the first time since the name had been spoken, she seemed certain. She turned fully toward Tizoc. Over the last 2 years, she began, I have served your family. I have been a wife to your son, she continued. And I have given you a grandson. Tizoc nodded. Yautl remained silent, listening curiously. I have honored this household. I have honored your family, she said. Another nod from Tizoc. I would like to ask for something in return, Guadalupe said. What is it? Tizoc asked. Guadalupe did not hesitate. I need you to take me to the palace tomorrow morning. The words landed cleanly, direct. I need you, she continued, looking at Tizoc, to arrange a meeting with Emperor Montezuma. Silence followed. Tizoc studied her carefully. As a captain of this empire, he said, I serve the emperor directly. She nodded. When I request an audience, he continued, it is for matters of great importance. I understand, she said. If I bring this request to him, he said, he will ask me this question. Guadalupe remained still. He will ask, Tizoc said plainly, what could a slave girl possibly have to say that would require his attention? The words were sharp, deliberate. A test. Guadalupe did not look away, not for a moment. Tizoc noticed this. Even his most seasoned warriors, men who had faced death without flinching, would sometimes falter under his direct scrutiny. But she did not even slightly. Then she answered. You will tell him, she continued. The opposing side of this diplomatic mission you were just sent on possesses an asset capable of shifting the balance of power across all of Mesoamerica. Tizoc's expression changed. Only slightly, but enough. You will tell him, she finished, that the empire is in danger. Yautl felt it immediately, the weight of what she was saying. Tizoc's eyes flicked briefly toward his son, a question forming. Had he told her something? Anything? The beasts? The weaponry? But Yautl remained still, just as confused. Tizoc turned back to her. What asset? He asked. His voice was quieter now, more focused. Guadalupe did not hesitate. They possess la Malinche. The following morning the city stirred earlier than usual, though for most nothing had changed. Markets opened, priests prepared offerings, laborers moved along the canals of Tenochtitlán as they always had. Life continued in its rhythm, unaware of the quiet convergence about to unfold within the palace walls. Tizoc walked ahead. Behind him, Yautl and Guadalupe following in silence. There was no ceremony to their approach this time, no soldiers flanking them, no announcement of arrival. Yet the weight of their presence was unmistakable. Tizoc did not come to the palace lightly, and when he did, it meant something. They reached the entrance. Tizoc stopped and turned. "Wait outside," he said. His voice carried authority, but not harshness. Yautl nodded. Guadalupe said nothing. Without another word, Tizoc entered. Inside, the palace remained as it always was, orderly, controlled, and filled with movement that seemed almost rehearsed in its precision. Advisors passed through corridors, guards stood at their posts, nobles spoke in quiet tones behind carved stone walls. Tizoc moved through it all with purpose until he found one of Montezuma's advisors standing near the inner chamber. The advisor glanced at him and smirked. "We've been seeing a lot of you as of late," he said, his tone edged with sarcasm. Tizoc did not react. "Yes," he replied evenly, "you have. But this visit is different." The advisor raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh," he said, "and what should I tell Montezuma is the reason for this one?" Tizoc met his gaze directly. "Tell him I have someone who wishes to speak to him," he said, "regarding our diplomatic mission." The advisor studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Very well." He turned and disappeared into the inner chambers. The wait was brief. Only a few minutes passed before the advisor returned. "The Emperor will see you," he said, "you and your guests. In 15 minutes, inside the palace chamber." Tizoc inclined his head. He exited the palace and returned to where Yautl and Guadalupe stood waiting. "It's arranged," he said. Neither asked questions. They followed. 15 minutes later, they stood at the entrance to the chamber. Tizoc led them inside. The room was vast, its high ceilings adorned with carvings that told stories of conquest, divinity, and power. The air itself seemed heavier here, thicker with expectation. Moments later, Montezuma entered. All three bowed. "Tizoc," Montezuma said, his voice calm, "it is good to see you." "And you, my emperor," Tizoc replied. Montezuma's gaze moved between them. "Tell me," he said, "what is it that you wish to speak with me about?" Tizoc stepped forward slightly. "My emperor," he began, "thank you for taking the time to meet with us today." A brief pause. "It is not I who wishes to speak," he continued. "It is my daughter-in-law." Montezuma's expression shifted slightly. "So you say," he replied. His eyes moved to Yautl. "Yautl," he said, "it is good to see you." "My emperor," Yautl responded. Then Montezuma's gaze settled on Guadalupe. "And this must be your wife," he said. "Yes, my prince," Yautl answered. "Her name is Guadalupe." Montezuma regarded her carefully. "Guadalupe," he said, "two of this empire's finest soldiers have brought you into my presence today. And yet, neither they nor anyone else has been able to tell me why." He gestured slightly. "I trust in due time you will be able to enlighten us all as to the nature of this visit." Guadalupe stepped forward. She bowed her head respectfully. "My emperor," she said, "thank you for granting me this audience." She turned slightly. "And thank you, Tizoc, for bringing me here." Then she faced Montezuma again. "For the past 2 years," she continued, "I have spoken nothing of my past." Her voice was steady. "Not to my husband, not to anyone." She paused. "But today, I ask your permission to do so." Montezuma studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Speak." Guadalupe inhaled slowly. "I was born nearly 20 years ago in the city-state of Cholula." Tizoc and Yautl exchanged a brief glance. "I was born into a noble family. My father was a chief in one of its villages," she said. "He rose to that position through service and through my mother's lineage. As a child, she continued. "I lived among the other noble families in our town. Their children were among those in my peer group." Her gaze softened slightly, as though seeing something distant. "We were different, as all children are," she said. "Each of us. Different temperaments, different ambitions." A pause. "But among us was one girl who stood apart." Her tone shifted. "She was strong," Guadalupe said, "not just in will, but in presence." She looked at Montezuma. It seemed as though she believed she was destined for something greater, as though she wished to rule herself. The chamber remained silent. Guadalupe continued. "There came a time when tensions rose between Cholula and Tlaxcala." Her expression hardened. "A Tlaxcalan soldier was said to have been killed near our border." She shook her head slightly. "No body was ever shown. No proof was given. But the following day, they came." The words settled heavily. "Tlaxcala sacked our town," she said, "without warning." Her voice did not break. "My parents were killed in the invasion." Tizoc lowered his gaze slightly, as were most of the nobles. "I survived." Her eyes remained forward. "And so did she." A pause. "Who?" Montezuma asked. "La Malinche," Guadalupe said. "They took us," she continued, "those of us who remained." Her voice was calm, but cold now. "They bound us, marched us, prepared to enslave us." She glanced briefly at Tizoc and Yaotl, "Much like your army did to the Tlaxcalans just 2 years ago." Neither man spoke. "In the days that followed," she said, "she did not break. She threatened them," Guadalupe said, "openly. She told them she would return one day," she continued, "that she would destroy them, and that she would begin with those who failed to protect us." Her eyes flicked briefly downward. "Cholula, our own home." "The Tlaxcalan warriors grew tired of her," Guadalupe said. "They called her Mujer Dura." She looked back at Montezuma. "A tough woman." A faint pause. "They could not control her. So they sold her. To a Mayan group near Tabasco." The room remained still. "The night before we were separated," Guadalupe said quietly, "she spoke to me. She said she would spend the rest of her life seeking revenge. Towards everyone responsible." Silence followed. "My emperor," she said, "the people your diplomats met." She did not hesitate. "They have her." Montezuma leaned forward slightly. "And what of it?" he asked. Guadalupe held his gaze. "It means they have more than a translator. They have someone who understands us." Montezuma took a moment to think before asking, "And what is it she wants?" The question hung in the air. Guadalupe did not answer immediately. She allowed the weight of it to settle before giving her one-word response. "Revenge." The word lingered. It did not echo. It did not need to. Yaotl stood still, his thoughts shifting rapidly. The woman beside him, his wife, his slave, had once been something else entirely. Something he had not seen. Something he had not understood. Tizoc's mind moved differently. He contemplated the broader shape of implications. An enemy force with unfamiliar weapons, guided by someone who knew their world from within. And Montezuma. Montezuma said nothing, but his silence was not empty. It was calculating. Finally, he spoke. "Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention," he said. His gaze remained fixed on Guadalupe. Guadalupe nodded. "There are other matters I must now consider. Please, enjoy the rest of your day." Tizoc bowed. Yaotl followed. Guadalupe did the same. And together, they turned and left the chamber. The road west stretched endlessly before them, winding through forests, valleys, and rising terrain that hinted at the highlands beyond. At the front of a small mounted group rode Hernán Cortés. Seated behind him on the same horse, steady and composed despite the movement beneath them, was La Malinche. The rhythm of hooves against the earth blended with the distant sounds of marching men, Spanish soldiers, indigenous allies, and the growing force that followed Cortés deeper into unfamiliar territory. They rode in silence at first. Then Cortés spoke. "Each step forward," he said, his voice thoughtful, "brings us closer to something none of us truly understands." La Malinche tilted her head slightly. "The great city," she said. "Tenochtitlán." "Yes," Cortés replied, "and the man who rules it, Montezuma." "This is not simply a journey," Cortés continued. "It is a test of faith, of will, of purpose." La Malinche listened carefully. "And you believe you will succeed?" she asked. Cortés gave a faint smile. "I do not ride this far to fail." La Malinche lowered her gaze briefly before speaking again. "You have already done what many thought impossible," she said. "You came to this land, and you did not fall." "You freed me from the Mayans who held me," she added, "from a life that had no future." Cortés did not respond immediately. Instead, he listened. "You have defeated those who opposed you," she continued, "time and time again." She leaned slightly forward. "It is clear to me that your victories are not by chance." Cortés glanced back at her. "No?" She shook her head. "No," she said. "You are guided." "By God." The words lingered. Cortés's expression shifted, subtly but noticeably. "You believe that?" he asked. "I do," she replied, "and I believe your victories will continue." Her voice carried quiet certainty. "Because what you are doing, it is larger than conquest." She let the thought settle. "It is purpose." Cortés turned his gaze forward again, the road stretching ahead. "And what of the people we go to meet?" he asked. "The Aztecs," La Malinche replied. Her tone changed, not dramatically, but enough. "They are not like the Mayans," she said. "How so?" "They are more powerful," she answered, "more organized, more disciplined, and more devoted." "To their gods?" Cortés asked. "Yes," she said. There was something colder in her voice now. "They build great temples," she continued. "They gather thousands to witness rituals." Cortés listened closely. "And in those rituals," she said, "they sacrifice men." The words landed without embellishment. "Not a few," she added. "Many." She turned her gaze toward the horizon. "They believe it sustains their world." Cortés's jaw tightened slightly. "And you believe they would abandon this?" he asked. "For Christ?" La Malinche shook her head. "No," she said, "not easily." Her voice was certain. "They do not see themselves as wrong. They will their actions as necessary, sacrifice to appease the gods." The conversation shifted. Cortés lowered his voice slightly. "And tell me," he said, "do we have enough?" La Malinche looked at him. "Enough," she repeated. "Men," he clarified, "resources, strength." He glanced briefly at the forces behind them. "To persuade them," he said, "to show them the truth." Another pause. "To bring them under the authority of Charles V and the Spanish crown." La Malinche did not answer immediately. Instead, she thought, carefully. Then, "There are ways to strengthen your position," she said. Cortés listened. "First," she began, "you must continue what you have already started." "Allies," he nodded slightly. "Yes." "There is one group above all others," she said, "one that hates the Aztecs more than any." Cortés's interest sharpened. "Who?" "Tlaxcala," she said, "their greatest enemy." She continued, "They have resisted Aztec rule for generations. They have suffered under their pressure." A pause. "If you align with them, you gain more than soldiers." "What do I gain?" Cortés asked. "Knowledge," she replied, "strength, legitimacy." She looked at him directly. "And numbers." Cortés nodded slowly. "And the second?" La Malinche's gaze shifted slightly. "To a city," she said. "Cholula." Her voice was even. "It lies along our path." "Why there?" Cortés asked. "It is sacred," she said, "respected." "And central," she continued. "You can resupply there, rest your men, continue your diplomatic efforts." Her tone remained composed. "And observe." Cortés considered this, then nodded. "Very well," he said. "Cholula will be our next stop." Weeks passed. The journey was not without resistance. In early September of 1519, Cortés's efforts to secure an alliance with Tlaxcala failed. At first, the Tlaxcalans did not trust him. They did not welcome him. They attacked. For 3 days, from September 2nd to the 5th, the battles raged. The Spanish forces were surrounded, pressed on all sides by determined warriors who knew the terrain and fought with relentless intensity. At one point, it seemed the expedition might end there. But Cortés did not retreat. Instead, he adapted. He released prisoners, sent messages, offered peace. And, slowly, the tide shifted. Leaders like Xicotencatl the Elder and Maxxicatzin began to see the situation differently. These newcomers were not just invaders. They were enemies of Montezuma and the Aztecs, and that made them useful. Eventually, even Xicotencatl the Younger relented. An alliance was formed, not out of trust, but necessity. By October, Cortés and his now expanded force arrived at Cholula. There was no resistance, no immediate hostility, but something was wrong. The leaders did not greet them. Food and supplies were withheld, and whispers began to spread. The Tlaxcalans warned Cortés. Fortifications were being built. Something was coming. Then La Malinche brought him news. After speaking with a local woman, the wife of a Cholulan noble, she revealed what she had learned. A plan, an ambush, an attack in the night. Cortés did not know if it was true, but he did not wait to find out. He acted first. He summoned the leaders of Cholula to the main temple, accused them of treachery and a pending attack against him and his men. They denied it, partially. Claimed they had been ordered by Montezuma, but had not followed through. It did not matter. The decision had already been made. On Cortés's command, the Spanish seized the nobles, executed them. And then the violence spread. In a matter of hours, thousands were killed. The city burned. Temples, homes, entire districts consumed by fire. The massacre was swift, brutal, and intentional. Cortés later justified it. In letters to his king, he claimed it was necessary, a warning, a message. And it worked. The shock of what happened in Cholula rippled outward. Other cities heard the stories, and they listened, more carefully now. When Cortés spoke of alliance, they considered it. When he spoke of resistance, they remembered Cholula. Cortés sent word to Montezuma, a message. Cholula had betrayed him, he said, and had been punished. Montezuma responded carefully. He blamed local commanders, distanced himself. But beneath that, there was something else. Realization. The gifts had not worked. The delays were now futile. Nothing had stopped Cortés from advancing, and so he changed course. He extended an invitation to Tenochtitlán. The road ahead was now clear. But it was no longer just a journey, it was an approach toward a meeting that would change everything. For Cortés, for Montezuma, for the empire and the world itself. And riding at the center of it all, still watching, still listening, still guiding, was La Malinche. The days following the fall of Cholula set the tone for Cortés's expedition moving forward. News of the massacre spread faster than any messenger could travel. It moved through trade routes, across mountain passes, along whispered conversations between merchants and envoys. Entire cities learned of the destruction in fragments, some exaggerated, some softened, but all unmistakably pointing to the same truth. The strangers from the east were not to be taken lightly. With Cholula subdued and Tlaxcala now firmly aligned with Cortés, the balance had shifted. What had once seemed like a distant curiosity had become something far more immediate. And in Tenochtitlan, within the walls of the great palace, that reality settled heavily upon Montezuma. He had tried distance, he had tried gifts, he had tried silence. None of it had stopped the advance. So now, he would try something else. He would meet them. In the first week of November, 1519, the road to Tenochtitlan filled with movement. Cortés rode at the head of a force that had grown far beyond its original size. Spanish soldiers marched in formation, their armor catching the light. Behind and alongside them came thousands of indigenous allies, Tlaxcalans and others, each with their own reasons for joining the march. Some sought revenge, some sought opportunity. Others simply followed the momentum of something they did not fully understand. But all of them moved toward the same destination, Tenochtitlan. Cortés understood the importance of the moment. He rode often among his men, speaking not as a distant commander, but as a figure of purpose. "We stand on the edge of history," he told them more than once. "Ahead lies a city unlike any we have seen, rich beyond measure." His words carried easily through the ranks. "Gold," he continued, "temples filled with it, treasures waiting to be claimed." The men listened, some with hunger, others with disbelief. "And when this is done," Cortés said, his voice rising slightly, "your names will not be forgotten. You will have served not only God, but the crown itself." He spoke of glory, of legacy, of a place in history that would outlive them all. And whether they believed every word or not, it worked. Their steps grew steadier, their doubts quieter. The march continued. The land opened up, the lake stretched wide, and rising from its waters, impossible, almost dreamlike, stood Tenochtitlan. Even the most hardened among them took a moment to take it all in. The city shimmered in the distance, its temples and structures rising above the lake, connected by long, straight causeways. It did not look like something built by men. Cortés saw it too, and though he did not say it aloud, he understood something in that moment. This would not be simple. On November 8th, 1519, the procession reached the main causeway leading into the city. And they were not alone. Waiting for them, arrayed in careful formation, stood the elite of Aztec society. Nobles in elaborate attire, priests adorned in ceremonial garments, warriors still and disciplined. And, at the center of it all, Montezuma. The emperor stood with quiet authority, surrounded but unmistakably singular in presence. This was no hurried reception, every detail considered. As Cortés and his delegation approached, the world seemed to narrow down to a single moment. Two powers, two worlds, meeting for the first time. Not far from the causeway, partially obscured by the structures and movement of the gathered crowd, Yaotl and Guadalupe watched. They stood together, close but not conspicuous. Their son, nearly 2 years old, held Guadalupe's hand, unaware of the gravity unfolding before him. Guadalupe's eyes moved carefully across the incoming group. She was not looking at the soldiers, not at the armor, not at the horses. She was searching. Then, she saw her. Guadalupe leaned slightly toward Yaotl, her voice barely above a whisper. "There she is." Yaotl shifted subtly. "La Malinche?" he asked quietly. "Yes," Guadalupe replied, "to the left of their leader." Yaotl's gaze followed her direction. He saw her then, not as a legend, not as a story, but as a woman, real, present, and standing beside the man who now led this advancing force. Guadalupe remained still. Her grip on her son's hand tightened just slightly. "She's with them," she murmured. There was no doubt now. On the causeway, Montezuma stepped forward. Cortés dismounted. The air between them was thick, not with hostility, but with awareness. Through La Malinche and other interpreters, words passed between them. Formal greetings, carefully chosen, measured. Montezuma welcomed him. Cortés responded in kind, and beneath the surface of every word was calculation. Montezuma allowed them entry, not out of submission, but strategy. Let them come closer. Let them reveal themselves. Then act. The procession moved into the city. The Spaniards crossed into Tenochtitlán not as conquerors, but as guests. Peacefully received, observed at every turn. Inside the palace, Montezuma's preparations became evident. Rooms had been arranged, accommodations made, and gifts, lavish, deliberate gifts, were presented. Gold, ornaments, crafted works of astonishing detail. To the Aztecs, these offerings were gestures of diplomacy. To the Spaniards, they were something else entirely. Eyes widened, whispers spread, ambition sharpened. Cortés accepted the gifts with outward composure. In later accounts, he would claim that by this point he had come to understand how he was perceived, perhaps as an emissary of a god, perhaps even as a god himself. Quetzalcoatl. Whether he believed it fully or not, he recognized its value, and he did not dismiss it. As the day turned into night, the palace came alive with movement. Torches lit the corridors. Music echoed faintly in distant chambers. The atmosphere shifted from formal reception to something more fluid, more revealing. Cortés was escorted through the palace by Montezuma himself. They walked side by side, speaking through interpreters. Cortés spoke of his journey, of the ocean, of lands beyond the Americas. He spoke of Europe. He spoke of Spain. He embellished freely. His weapons, he suggested, were unmatched. His armor, impenetrable. His forces, stronger than they appeared. He did not lie outright, but he shaped perception carefully. At the same time, in the presence of his officers, his tone shifted. There, he emphasized service, loyalty to the Spanish crown, to Charles V. Everything framed as duty, as rightful expansion. It was a delicate balance, and he maintained it. Elsewhere in the palace, another spectacle drew attention. The horses. Massive, unfamiliar creatures stood in the courtyards. Their size alone was enough to unsettle. Aztec nobles gathered at a distance, observing. Some stepped closer, others remained back. They had never seen anything like them. One Spanish officer mounted his horse. With practiced ease, he guided it forward, then into a controlled gallop across the courtyard. Gasps followed. Some flinched, others stared in awe. The combination of man and beast seemed unnatural, powerful, unified in a way that defied expectation. Two worlds watching each other, trying, unsuccessfully, to fully understand. Not far from the palace, in a modest cottage removed from the grandeur of the palace, Yautl and Guadalupe sat together. Their son slept nearby. The quiet of the evening settled around them, but their minds were anything but still. Yautl leaned forward slightly, his hands resting on his knees. "What we saw today," he began, then stopped. He exhaled slowly. "This is not something small." Guadalupe nodded faintly. Her gaze was distant. "They came without fear," she said. "Yes," Yautl replied, "and they were welcomed." He shook his head slightly. "I do not know if that is wisdom or a mistake." Silence lingered between them. Guadalupe turned her attention back to him. "What do you think they want?" she asked. Yautl considered the question. "Power," he said finally. "Men like that do not travel this far for anything less. Wealth, too, perhaps. Plunder is something typically reserved after a battle is won by the victor, but considering a potential enemy was invited into the city without a single blow struck, and lavish gifts set upon them, I'm not sure what to call this chance encounter." Guadalupe absorbed this. "And her?" she asked quietly. Yautl looked at her. "La Malinche." Guadalupe nodded. "What do you think she wants?" The question remained unanswered for a moment. Then Yautl spoke. "Whatever it is," he said, "it brought her here." Guadalupe lowered her gaze. She thought of the past, of promises, of vengeance. The room felt smaller somehow. Finally, she moved slightly toward him. Without another word, she leaned in and kissed him softly. It was not sudden, just grounding. A moment of certainty in the midst of uncertainty. When she pulled back, her voice was quiet. "Yautl," she said, "do you think it would be a good idea to go back to the palace tomorrow?" He frowned slightly. "For what purpose?" Guadalupe hesitated, then answered plainly, "To see if I can speak with her." The words settled heavily. "You believe that is wise?" he asked. "I don't know," she admitted, "but I know this. If she is here, if she is part of this, then whatever happens next will involve her. And I need to understand why." Yautl leaned back slightly. He did not answer immediately. Outside, the city remained alive, unaware of the quiet decisions being formed in small spaces like this one. Finally, he spoke. "If you do this," he said, "you must be careful." Guadalupe nodded. "I will." "Then we will go together." Guadalupe looked at him. There was no hesitation in his expression. She nodded once more. And with that, they lay down beside their sleeping child. Sleep did not come easily. Not that night. Not for anyone. Night settled fully over Tenochtitlan. Within the palace, torchlight flickered against carved stone walls, casting long, shifting shadows across the chambers where Emperor Montezuma and Hernán Cortés continued their carefully measured exchange. The ceremonies had been grand. the gifts lavish beyond anything the Spaniards had imagined. And yet, as the evening drew toward its close, Montezuma had one final offering to present. With a subtle gesture, attendants entered the chamber. They were women of the palace, dressed in finely woven cotton garments reserved for nobility, adorned with delicate ornaments that spoke of status and refinement. Their presence was not abrupt, nor was it explained. It did not need to be. It was a gesture layered in meaning, hospitality, honor, alliance, and, perhaps, expectation. The women approached Cortés and his senior officers with calm composure, their movements deliberate, their expressions unreadable. For the Spaniards it was not unfamiliar. Cortés had encountered similar gestures before, symbols of welcome in lands newly entered, where customs differed but intentions often overlapped. But this moment was different, because here, within the heart of the empire, every gesture carried weight far beyond itself. Cortés understood that, and he also understood something else. His position, both strategic and personal, was delicate. His relationship with La Malinche had already set him apart from his men in subtle but important ways. She was more than an interpreter, more than an intermediary. She was essential. To alienate her, or to disrupt the fragile trust that had formed between them, would be a mistake he could not afford. So when the offering was made, Cortés responded with care. He inclined his head respectfully, accepted the gesture in principle, but declined it for himself. Politely, measured, without offense. "For my men," he said through translation, "your generosity is received with gratitude." And that was enough. His officers accepted the gift readily. The evening closed not with tension, but with a quiet understanding that both sides were still learning how to interpret one another, and neither fully succeeded. Morning came quickly. Light filtered into the palace, illuminating the courtyards and corridors with a calm that contrasted sharply with the undercurrents of the previous day. Breakfast was arranged with the same precision and care as everything else within Montezuma's domain. Servants moved quietly. Food was presented in abundance, and once again Montezuma and Cortés sat across from one another. But something had changed. The tone, the direction, the focus. Where the previous day had been filled with discussions of culture, belief, and custom, today the conversation was different. Cortés did not circle the subject. He did not disguise his interest. Instead, he asked directly. "Your ornaments," he said, gesturing subtly toward the finely crafted pieces adorning the room. "The material they are made of, where might we find more of it?" The question lingered in the air. Montezuma regarded him carefully. Curiosity flickered beneath his composed exterior. "What of it?" he asked. "Why is this metal so important to you?" It was not an accusation, not yet, but it was a question that sought truth beneath politeness. Cortés answered without hesitation. "We suffer from a disease of the heart," he said. There was a pause as the words were translated. "A disease," he continued, "that can only be cured with gold." The phrasing was unusual, almost poetic, but the meaning was unmistakable. For the Spaniards, gold was not symbolic. It was purpose. Montezuma listened and interpreted, not as a simple statement of greed, but through the lens he had already begun to construct. If this man, this figure who had arrived from across the sea, spoke of such a need, then perhaps he was not merely human. Perhaps he was something more, something divine. And so, rather than resist the request, he responded by giving more. Gold was brought forth, objects, ornaments, offerings drawn from what was readily available within the palace. To Montezuma, it was a gesture of understanding. To Cortés, it was confirmation. As these discussions continued within the inner chambers, the palace courtyard began to fill. Late morning brought activity, guards shifting posts, servants carrying supplies, visitors passing through under watchful eyes. Among them, Yautl and Guadalupe. They entered without ceremony, but not without purpose. Yautl moved with familiarity through the space, his awareness sharp, his posture disciplined. Beside him, Guadalupe remained composed, though her attention moved constantly, searching, observing. Tizoc was nowhere to be seen, but that did not concern Yautl. "He is here," he said quietly, "somewhere." He turned to Guadalupe. "Wait here," he instructed. "I will find him. Then we decide how to proceed." Guadalupe nodded. She did not question him. Instead, she moved toward a centrally located bench within the courtyard and sat. From there, she could see everything. Entrances, movements, faces, and so she waited. It did not take long. No more than 5 minutes passed before the moment she had come for began to unfold. From one of the palace entrances, a small group emerged, Spanish soldiers, armed, alert, and among them, her, La Malinche. She walked with composure, her presence balanced between two worlds, not fully belonging to either. At first, she did not notice Guadalupe. Her attention was elsewhere, focused on her surroundings, her escorts, her role. But Guadalupe stood, stepped forward, made herself visible. And then their eyes met. Recognition came instantly, shock, then something deeper, something older. La Malinche stopped. For a fraction of a moment, everything else seemed to fall away. Then she moved, quickly, closing the distance between the two of them. Guadalupe did the same. When they reached each other, neither spoke immediately. The silence itself carried meaning. Then La Malinche turned slightly to one of her guards. "It's all right," she said. "She's an old friend. Give us a moment." There was hesitation, then compliance. The guards stepped back, close enough to watch, but far enough to allow space and private conversation. La Malinche gestured toward a nearby bench. They sat, facing one another. "Guadalupe," La Malinche said, her voice softer now. "What are you doing here? When we last saw each other, you were going to Tlaxcala. How did you end up here?" Guadalupe exhaled slowly. "It wasn't by choice," she said. And then she told her about the raid, the Aztecs, the capture, the shift from one captivity to another, and finally, Yautl. "My husband," she said. She spoke of him without hesitation, of their life, of their child. "Nearly 2 years," she added quietly. La Malinche listened without interruption. Her expression revealed little, but her attention was complete. When Guadalupe finished, there was a pause. Then she asked the same in return. "And you?" La Malinche did not hesitate. She spoke of the coast and the Mayans, of Cortés's arrival, of Tabasco, of his victory, of alliances carefully built along the way. She spoke of Tlaxcala, first as enemy, then as ally, and then Cholula, their home. Guadalupe's gaze dropped. Her voice, when it came, was quieter. So many thousands of innocent people murdered, and for what purpose? The question was not rhetorical. It demanded something. La Malinche responded firmly and without emotion. The massacre at Cholula happened because its leaders were once again stupid enough to believe the lies they were told by a supposed ally in Montezuma. They were too weak to resist a pending threat in Tlaxcala and Spain, and last, but most certainly not least, I was left alive several years ago to connect the dots and help make sure that event took place exactly as it did. Silence followed, heavy, unforgiving. Guadalupe lifted her head slowly. There was no disbelief in her expression, only confirmation. Because somewhere within her, she had already known, or at least suspected. She had imagined scenarios, miscommunication, manipulation, a word added, a warning given at the right moment. And now, she understood. La Malinche had not been a passive participant. She had been instrumental, deliberate. "You told Cortés," Guadalupe said quietly, "about the threat." La Malinche nodded once. "I did." A pause. "I fulfilled my promise." The vengeance she had spoken of years ago, it had come to pass. But as Guadalupe sat there looking at her, she realized something else, something she had not fully grasped until that moment. It had not ended that day in Cholula, because the woman before her was not finished, not even close. La Malinche leaned forward slightly, her voice lowered. "There is more to come," she said, not as a warning, not as a threat, but as fact. "I watched Cortés give the order to burn his ships several months ago. He and this army have no means of retreat or escape, even if they wanted to. The empire you stand in," La Malinche continued, "it will not remain as it is. Everything is about to change." "And you?" Guadalupe asked. La Malinche met her eyes. "I will be where I need to be." The answer was simple but thoroughly answered her question. Guadalupe leaned back slightly. Her thoughts moved quickly now, faster than she could fully control. For the first time since arriving in Tenochtitlan, Guadalupe felt something she had not allowed herself to feel before. Because now she knew. Future events set to unfold were unlikely to be about victory, the exchange of property, enslavement, or perhaps even a few sacrificed men to appease the gods. Things were setting up to be about survival. Whether or not civilizations of people, in some cases having existed for hundreds and even thousands of years, would cease to exist, and whether anyone could stop it. The courtyard remained alive with normal activity throughout the course of their conversation, but for a brief moment, Guadalupe and La Malinche existed outside of it. The weight of their exchange lingered between them, unspoken truths, acknowledged choices, and paths that had long since diverged. La Malinche was the first to shift. Her posture straightened slightly, her expression easing just enough to allow something more familiar to surface beneath the resolve. "It was good to see you," she said quietly. The words were simple, but not empty. "It was," she replied. La Malinche gave a small nod. "We should speak again," she added, "when there is more time." Guadalupe hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. "Yes," she said, "we should." Neither of them made promises beyond that, because both understood. Time was no longer something either of them controlled. La Malinche rose first. Guadalupe followed a second later. For a moment, they stood facing each other once more. Then, without further words, La Malinche turned and returned to her escorts, her place beside the Spaniards re-established as if it had never been interrupted. Guadalupe remained where she was, watching her go. Elsewhere within the palace grounds, Yaotl finally found the man he had been searching for. Tizoc stood among a small group of men near one of the inner storage areas, his attention fixed on the movement of objects being carried in and out. Gold. Everywhere. Ornaments, plates, ceremonial pieces, anything that could be gathered was being sorted, inspected, and prepared for transport. "Dad," Yaotl called as he approached, weaving past the workers. "I've been looking all over for you." Tizoc turned, his expression relaxed as he recognized his son. "We've been busy all morning long, Yaotl," he replied, gesturing vaguely toward the activity around them. "Montezuma has us scouring the palace for anything and everything made of gold to give to his invited guests." He exhaled through his nose, a faint edge in his tone. "It appears their appetite for the precious metal is insatiable." Yaotl glanced at the piles being assembled. Tizoc crossed his arms. "What do you need to see me for anyway?" he asked. "Shouldn't you be at home with your wife and child?" Yaotl shook his head slightly. "Guadalupe's here with me," he said. Tizoc raised an eyebrow. "Here?" Yaotl nodded. "Last night she said she wanted to speak with the woman accompanying Cortés, La Malinche." At that, Tizoc's expression changed. "That slave, daughter-in-law, and now mother of my first grandson," he said slowly, "has a level of ambition that I have not seen in any woman before." Yaotl said nothing, but his silence was not disagreement. It was acknowledgement, reluctant but real. Tizoc looked at him for a moment, then shook his head lightly. "In any case," he continued, "I'm not sure if arranging another meeting for her is the best idea, considering we're not sure how things are likely to proceed." He placed a firm hand on Yaotl's shoulder. "Please tell her to be patient." Yaotl nodded. "I will." What neither of them knew was that Guadalupe had already done exactly what she had come to do, and was now simply waiting for Yaotl's return to the courtyard. The rest of the day unfolded in a steady, relentless rhythm. Tizoc and the others continued their work without pause. Room after room was searched, chambers opened, storage areas emptied. Anything made of gold was gathered and brought forward. The Spaniards received it all, without hesitation, without restraint. At first, Tizoc had simply followed orders. That was his role. That was his duty. But as the hours stretched on, something began to settle uneasily in his mind. It was not the act itself, it was the pattern, the way the Spaniards looked at the gold. Not as something symbolic, not as something sacred, but as something final, something to be taken, kept, and removed. He had seen greed, but this was something deeper, something that seemed as if it had potentially no end to it. Tizoc said nothing, but he began to watch more closely. Days passed, not many, but enough for the tension beneath the surface of Tenochtitlan to begin taking shape. 6 days after their arrival, everything changed. Montezuma, emperor of an empire, became a prisoner in his own palace. The reason, as it was told by the Spaniards, came from the coast, from a place called Nautla. There, a tribute collector named Qualpopoca had led an attack against a Spanish-aligned Totonac garrison. The garrison had been under the command of a captain, Juan de Escalante. The attack was not random, it was in retaliation. Months earlier, the Totonacs had rebelled against Montezuma's authority after aligning themselves with the Spaniards. This was the consequence. The attack had been devastating. Many Totonacs were killed, and among the Spanish, 7 soldiers, including Escalante himself. The news reached Tenochtitlan quickly, and it was seized upon immediately. Some among the Spaniards claimed this was the sole reason for what came next, a necessary and justified response. But others, even among their own ranks, suspected something different. That Escalante's death had simply provided an excuse, an opening, because the truth was harder to ignore. Cortés had placed himself and all of his men deep within the heart of an empire that was not his. Surrounded, outnumbered, and dependent on indigenous allies for support. And he understood that. He had always understood it. To maintain control, he needed leverage, and there was no greater leverage than the emperor himself. Cortés would later admit as much, not publicly, but plainly enough. He had acted not out of reaction, but necessity, perhaps even intention. On the night of November 14th, 1519, the decision was carried out. Cortés requested a private audience with Montezuma. The chamber was quiet, guarded, still. 7 Spanish soldiers and Captain Escalante have been murdered by rebellious factions within your kingdom, Cortés said, his voice measured, controlled. There is great risk that this can turn into something much larger. The words were translated carefully by La Malinche. Montezuma listened without interruption. When he spoke, his tone remained steady. Like I said before, and I say now, he replied, I knew of nothing regarding this cause, and I, nor any Aztec leader under my command, gave no such order to cause this harm to the Spanish crown. There was no hesitation in his voice, only assertion. Cortés nodded slightly. Be that as it may, he said, considering our present circumstances, I have no doubt that you will understand why you must now be held by the Spanish army within the confines of this palace. The words settled heavily, even before they were fully translated. Montezuma assumed correctly as to what Cortés was communicating to him. What does that mean? He asked. Then, more directly, am I now to be held prisoner in my own palace? Cortés did not flinch. I wouldn't look at it like that, he said. His tone shifted, softer, almost reassuring. You will still be emperor. You will still meet with your council. You will still hold ritual ceremonies in front of your people. He stepped slightly closer. You are the emperor. However, he continued, all military correspondence will come under the watchful eye of Spain moving forward, and you will be unable to leave the palace. For your protection. The explanation hung in the air, thin, unconvincing, even as it was spoken. Montezuma said nothing, as he clearly understood his present circumstances. The following day, November 15th, 1519, the shift was complete. Power had changed hands, not through battle, not through open conquest, but through control. Hernán Cortés became the de facto ruler of Mesoamerica, and Montezuma, still emperor in title, became something else entirely. A figurehead, a voice that spoke, but no longer decided. Across the city, the change was felt before it was fully understood. Orders moved differently, guards repositioned, access shifted, and within the palace, the invisible boundaries became very real. Tizoc noticed it immediately. The way Spanish soldiers now stood closer, the way movement was monitored, the way Montezuma's presence, once commanding, felt contained. He said nothing, but his earlier suspicions had now been confirmed. This had never been about alliance. This was about conquest. And Spain now had the upper hand. For a time, the world held together. Not truly, but convincingly enough. In the 6 months that followed the quiet imprisonment of Montezuma, life in Tenochtitlan continued with an almost unsettling sense of normalcy. The markets remained full, canals bustled with traffic, merchants traded, priests conducted rituals, and citizens moved through their days as though nothing fundamental had changed. And yet, everything had. Montezuma still held council meetings. He still received nobles, heard disputes, and issued decisions. His voice carried authority. His presence commanded respect. But always, just behind him, stood Hernán Cortés, watching, listening, learning. He rarely interrupted. He did not need to. His influence did not rely on volume. It relied on proximity. Every word spoken in council passed through a new filter. Every decision made was under his watchful eye. Montezuma attended religious festivals as he always had, adorned in ceremonial garments, fulfilling his role as both ruler and divine intermediary. The people saw him, honored him, believed in him. But even there, among incense smoke and sacred chants, Spanish soldiers stood nearby, silent, armed, out of place and yet increasingly familiar. Cortés observed everything, the rituals, the hierarchies, the symbols woven into every action. He asked questions through interpreters, not as an outsider, but as someone studying a system he intended to understand completely. For Tizoc, the changes were impossible to ignore. At first, it had been subtle, a guard repositioned here, a delayed audience there, but over time, the pattern became undeniable. His access to Montezuma diminished. Where once he could approach with relative ease, now there were barriers, both visible and unspoken. Spanish soldiers stood watch more frequently than Aztec warriors. They controlled entry points. They decided who passed and who waited. Tizoc did not protest, not openly, but he noticed, and he remembered. Because he had spent his life serving an empire built on order, structure, and loyalty. And now that structure was shifting, without acknowledgement, without consent. He saw it in the palace corridors, in the way Aztec guards deferred, not to their emperor, but to foreign men in unfamiliar armor. Something was wrong, and it was getting worse. What troubled him most, however, was the gold. At first, it had seemed like tribute, an offering, a gesture of diplomacy. But as the weeks passed, Tizoc began to see what was truly happening. The ornaments, the carefully crafted pieces filled with meaning, were gone. Not displayed, not preserved. Destroyed. He saw it himself, gold melted down into crude bars and coins, shapes erased, symbols lost. Generations of artistry reduced to formless metal. There was no reverence, no curiosity about their significance. Only the material remained. Only the gold mattered. To the Spaniards, it was not culture. It was currency. Far beyond the valley, events were already in motion that would shatter even the illusion of stability. In April 1520, a new force arrived on the shores of Mexico. It had been sent by Diego Velázquez de Cuellar, the very man who had once authorized Cortés's expedition. Now, he sought to stop him. The expedition was led by Panfilo de Narváez. He did not come quietly. He arrived with strength, over 1,100 men, more soldiers than Cortés had under his command, better supplied, officially sanctioned. His orders were clear. Find Cortés. Arrest him. Restore authority to the Spanish crown. That authority, of course, being in line with that of Velázquez and not Cortés, as both men openly stated to be serving the same goal. When news reached Tenochtitlán, Cortés acted quickly. He could not afford to be caught between two forces, one within and one approaching from the coast. So he made a decision. He left. Taking the majority of his forces with him, Cortés departed the city to confront Narváez directly. Only around 200 men remained behind, and among them, command was left in the hands of Pedro de Alvarado. It was a decision that would prove catastrophic. Cortés moved swiftly. Despite being outnumbered, he relied on strategy, deception, and the loyalty he had cultivated. When the two forces met, it was not a prolonged conflict. Cortés struck decisively. Narváez was defeated, captured, and then something remarkable happened. Cortés did not destroy the remaining force. He absorbed it. Through persuasion, promises, and opportunity, he convinced Narváez's men to join him. His army, once limited, grew significantly, stronger than before, and now united under a single command. Cortés turned back toward Tenochtitlán, victorious, unaware of what was about to happen in his absence. Back in the city, tension had been building, slowly, quietly. but unmistakably. And then it broke. On May 22nd, 1520, during the sacred feast of Tenochtitlan, everything changed. The festival had been authorized. Montezuma had requested permission, and Cortés, before leaving, had granted it. It was a time of reverence, of ceremony, of honoring Tezcatlipoca. Nobles gathered, priests performed rituals, music filled the great temple. It was meant to be a moment of continuity, of faith, of identity. But Pedro de Alvarado saw something else, or claims to. He suspected rebellion, believed the gathering was a cover, and so he acted. Without warning, Spanish soldiers blocked the exits of the great temple. Then they attacked. What followed was not a battle, it was a massacre. Unarmed celebrants, nobles, priests, performers were cut down where they stood. The music stopped. Screams replaced it. Blood covered sacred ground throughout the palace. There was no escape, no mercy. By the time it ended, the temple, once a place of devotion, had become a place of death. Word spread quickly, faster than any official explanation, faster than any attempt at control. The people of Tenochtitlan knew, and they understood. This was not misunderstanding, this was not strategy, this was betrayal. Tizoc heard the news before nightfall. He did not hesitate. Orders were sent out immediately, messengers dispatched across the city, warriors summoned. By morning, they were to gather. All of them. One of those messages reached Yaotl's home. The messenger arrived just as the light began to fade. "My father wants everyone to report to barracks tomorrow morning," Yaotl said after hearing the order. Guadalupe stood still for a moment. "This has everything to do with the massacre at the palace, right?" she asked. Yaotl nodded. "Seems likely." Silence followed, heavy, uncertain. Guadalupe turned away briefly, her hand resting instinctively against her abdomen. When she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more fragile than before. "Yaotl," she said, "I'm very worried about what could happen next." He watched her. "Cacamatzin is still so young, and I'm now pregnant with our second child." The words settled between them. "I don't think anything good is to come from this tenuous relationship between Montezuma and Cortés." Then, firmly, "I think we should leave Tenochtitlan." Yaotl did not answer immediately, but when he did, there was no uncertainty. "I come from a long line of warriors," he said, "men who have always fought, and in some cases died for the empire." His voice was steady. "For their emperor." He stepped closer. "I took an oath of service to the empire, and, most importantly, to my father." "We're not leaving the city." Guadalupe's eyes filled with tears, but she did not argue, because she knew. This was not a decision he would reconsider, and fear, no matter how justified, would not move him. The next morning, the barracks filled, not gradually, not uncertainly, but completely. Nearly 2,000 elite Aztec warriors gathered under Tizoc's command. They stood in formation, armed, ready, waiting. Yaotl among them. But something was different. There were no orders from above, no directive from Montezuma, no official command. Only Tizoc, standing before them, watching, thinking. Because for the first time in his life, he no longer believed the chain of command held firm. He no longer believed that the authority guiding them was intact. Montezuma was emperor, but he was not in control. The Spaniards were, and Tizoc knew it. He looked out at the warriors, and he made a decision. Not given, not ordered. His own. Whatever Tenochtitlan had been, had now changed. It was now something else, and if no one moved to reclaim it, it would be lost entirely. Tizoc stepped forward. "Warriors of the Aztec Empire, I must now speak to you as to why I summoned you here today." The soldiers at the barracks were silent when Tizoc stepped forward. Nearly 2,000 warriors stood before him, their armor catching the morning light, their weapons steady in their hands. These were not common fighters. These were veterans, proven, loyal. Tizoc let the silence hold for a moment longer, then he spoke. His voice carried easily across the assembled ranks. "You have all heard what happened at the great temple," he began. "You have heard how our nobles were slaughtered, how our sacred grounds were stained with blood, not in sacrifice, but in betrayal." A murmur rippled through the warriors, but it did not break formation. Tizoc continued. "For months we have watched, we have served, we have obeyed." His gaze hardened, "And for months we have been told that our emperor, Montezuma, remains in control." He paused. "But I ask you now, is he? Our emperor stands surrounded not by us, but by guests," he said, his voice rising, "by strangers, by men who have taken what is ours, destroyed what we have built, and now sit at the heart of our empire as if they belong there." His hand tightened into a fist. "They are not guests," he said. "They are captors." A shift moved through the ranks now, not uncertainty, but agreement. Tizoc seized it. "And if our emperor is held captive, then so is our empire." He turned, gesturing toward the city beyond the barracks. "Everything we are, everything we have fought for, rests on what we do next." His voice lowered but sharpened. "We will free him." The words landed with force. "We will free Tenochtitlán from those who have taken it under false pretenses." He looked out over the men, really looked at them, not as soldiers, as brothers. "As warriors of this empire, it is our duty," he said. "Not tomorrow, not when commanded. Now." The silence broke, not into chaos, but into unity. Weapons lifted, voices rose in agreement. They were aligned. And with that alignment came motion. Orders spread quickly through the ranks. Positions were discussed, routes identified. The palace, once a place of reverence, became the target. They would not rush blindly, but they would not wait, because waiting had brought them here. By the time Hernán Cortés returned to the city in late June of 1520, he already knew something had gone wrong. The reports had reached him on the march back. The massacre, the uprising, the loss of control. What he did not yet fully grasp was how far things had gone. The city he re-entered was not the one he had left. The tension was no longer hidden. It was everywhere. In the streets, on the rooftops, in the eyes of the people, and, most dangerously, in their silence. Cortés moved quickly to regain control. His first instinct was not force, it was leverage. And that leverage had always been Montezuma. But even that had changed. Still, Cortés pressed forward. If there was any chance at all, to leave the city without total destruction, it would come through him. He ordered Montezuma to address his people, to speak to them, to calm them, to stop the rebellion before it consumed everything. The terrace overlooked a city on the edge. Below, thousands had gathered, warriors, citizens, voices filled with anger that had been building for months. Cortés stood back, watching, waiting. Montezuma stepped forward. For a moment, just a moment, the crowd quieted, because, despite everything, he was still their emperor. He raised his hand, spoke. His words carried through interpreters, through memory, through expectation. But something was different. The connection was gone. The trust, broken. At first, the response was scattered, voices calling out. Then, louder, jeers, accusations, and then, violence. Stones, darts, thrown upward toward the terrace, toward him, toward the man who had once been untouchable. Cortés watched as the moment collapsed, as authority dissolved in real time. This was not negotiation. This was rejection. In his account, Bernal Diaz del Castillo would later describe what followed. On June 29, 1520, Montezuma was forced once more to appear before his people, this time not alone in purpose, but supported by Aztec leaders who still sought to prevent total destruction. 4 chieftains approached close enough to hear him. For a brief moment, the chaos lessened, voices lowered, weapons stilled. Diaz would write, "Many of the Aztec chieftains and captains knew him well, and at once ordered their people to be silent." And for that moment, it worked. Montezuma spoke again, tried again, to reach them. And then he saw him. At the front of the gathered warriors, unmistakable, Tizoc, standing at the head of the armed resistance. Beside him, Yautl, the next generation, the continuation of a legacy. Montezuma's gaze fixed on him, and when he spoke again, it was no longer to the crowd. It was to one man. "Tizoc," he called out. His voice carried, not as command, but as recognition. "My most loyal and honored captain. You and your family have served my father and me for generations. You come from a line of most honorable men. I see your son by your side. Your family continues to serve the empire. So, I must admit, I am confused. I have not summoned you here today." His eyes did not leave Tizoc. "What is it that you are hoping to achieve?" Tizoc did not hesitate. He stepped forward, far enough to be seen clearly, close enough to be heard, inclined his head slightly. "Your words honor my family," he said, "and I thank you." His voice was calm, respectful, but firm. "These men," he continued, gesturing behind him, "are loyal, as they have always been, to the empire. For the first time in my life," he stopped briefly, choosing his words, "I question my emperor." A ripple moved through the crowd, but Tizoc continued before it could grow. "Why," he asked, "are you protected by Spanish soldiers instead of your own warriors?" No answer. "Why have you not left this palace in 7 months?" Still nothing. "And why," he added, his voice sharpening, "have the ceremonial gifts given to them in honor been melted down into bars and coins?" The questions hung in the air, unanswered. Tizoc let the silence speak for itself. "There are only 2 possibilities," he said. His voice did not rise. "Either you are being held captive, and this empire is no longer yours to lead. Or," he held Montezuma's gaze, "you are complicit. Complicit in the destruction of our people, our culture, Tenochtitlán." Silence fell deeper. He did not look away. "In either case," he said finally, "you are no longer fit to rule." What happened next would never be agreed upon. Not fully. In the chaos that followed, amid rising voices, shifting lines, and the breaking of whatever fragile restraint remained, Montezuma II, Emperor of the Aztec Empire, was murdered at his palace. Some would say he was struck by stones thrown from below, that his own people, angered beyond reconciliation, had turned on him. Others would claim something different, that the Spaniards, fearing what his survival might mean, ended his life themselves, buried beneath conflicting accounts and collapsing order. But the result was the same. With Montezuma gone, there was no longer any illusion, no intermediary, no balance. Power shifted openly, and the people responded just as quickly. Cuitlahuac, already chosen, was now fully elevated, emperor, in title, in action. And unlike his brother, he did not seek compromise. He supported the revolt, completely, decisively. Inside the palace, the atmosphere changed just as rapidly. Cortés understood immediately what had been lost. Montezuma had been more than a ruler. He had been a shield, a bargaining tool, a bridge, however fragile, between two worlds. Now, that bridge had collapsed, and in its place, uncertainty. Cortés paced the chamber, his mind moving quickly through options. There were few, none of them good. They were surrounded, cut off, outnumbered. The city itself had become hostile terrain. There would be no peaceful exit. Not anymore. So he did what he had always done. He adapted. Gathering his officers, he spoke plainly. "We cannot stay," he said. No one argued. They had seen it, felt it. He continued, "We leave at night." The plan formed quickly, not perfect, but necessary. They would move under cover of darkness, avoid the main concentrations of resistance, cross the Tlacopan causeway, escape the city before the full force of the uprising could close around them. The date was set. Late in the evening of June 30th, 1520, Cortés would lead the Spanish army out of the city of Tenochtitlan. The death of Montezuma changed everything. Inside the palace compound, the atmosphere had become suffocating. Every corridor carried tension. Every shadow suggested danger. The Spaniards were trapped inside the very city they had once entered as honored guests. Now they were surrounded on all sides. Hernán Cortés and Pedro de Alvarado understood the reality of their position immediately. The fragile arrangement that had allowed them to maintain control over Tenochtitlan had collapsed with Montezuma's death. There would be no peaceful exodus now, only survival. Cortés knew staying meant destruction, so he made the only decision left to him. They would flee. But before they moved, he attempted one final deception. Messengers were sent to the Aztecs requesting a 1-week ceasefire. Cortés claimed that if peace were granted, the Spaniards would return the treasures they possessed and depart the city peacefully at the end of the truce. The request itself was strategic, not sincere. He needed time. Time to prepare. Time to escape. Whether the Aztecs believed him mattered less than whether they relaxed their vigilance even slightly, because Cortés had no intention of waiting a week. Inside the compound, preparations began immediately. The city's causeways had already been damaged in several places by the Aztecs. Bridges connecting sections of the elevated roads had been removed, leaving dangerous gaps above the waters of the lake. The Spaniards responded with engineering. A portable wooden bridge was constructed, heavy but movable, designed to be carried forward and laid across broken sections as they advanced. It was clever, necessary, but dangerously slow. At the same time, Cortés issued another order. All accumulated treasure was to be packed for transport. Gold, jewels, and any precious ornaments that had not yet been melted down. Anything portable and valuable enough to carry. What could not be organized centrally, he opened to the men. "Take what you can carry," he told them. For many soldiers, exhausted and terrified after months inside Tenochtitlan, the temptation proved irresistible. They filled their pockets, stuffed gold into armor, loaded themselves with bars, ornaments, chains, anything they believed might survive the journey. Some became barely mobile beneath the weight. Others ignored warnings entirely. In that moment, greed overpowered caution, and many would pay for it with their lives. Cortés then faced another crucial decision: the route. There were 3 possible ways out of the city. North toward Tlatelolco offered the least immediate danger, but required a long and difficult trek through heavily populated districts. South toward Coyoacán and Iztapalapa was possible, but the towns there had become deeply hostile to the Spaniards. West toward Tlacopan offered the shortest route, also the most direct, and despite the danger waiting there, Cortés chose it. Speed mattered more than safety now. The longer they remained inside Tenochtitlan, the lower their chances became. The western causeway would have to suffice. Late in the evening on June 30th, 1520, the Spanish column began to move. Rain fell steadily over the city, not violently, but enough to muffle sound, enough to conceal movement. The timing felt almost providential. Under cover of darkness and storm, the army quietly departed the palace compound. Spanish soldiers marched in tense silence beside thousands of indigenous allies, including Tlaxcalans, who now understood they would either escape together or die together. The portable bridge was carried near the front. Horses moved carefully over slick stone. Armor creaked softly beneath the rain. For a time, it worked. The streets appeared empty. The city seemed asleep. The Spaniards wound westward through Tenochtitlán unnoticed, moving steadily toward the Tlacopan causeway. Hope began to rise. Perhaps they might actually escape. Then, near the causeway, the movement was spotted by Aztec scouts, elite eagle warriors, Tizoc's men. They recognized immediately what was happening. The alarm was sounded at once. Voices rose through the darkness. One cry became several, then dozens. A woman drawing water shouted the warning to nearby homes. Moments later, the alarm spread further still when an Aztec priest called out from atop the Templo Mayor. The city awakened instantly. Doors opened. Warriors poured into the streets. Canoes flooded into the canals. The darkness exploded into violence. Aztec warriors attacked from every direction. Some struck directly along the causeway, wielding swords lined with obsidian blades sharp enough to tear through flesh. Others attacked from the water. Spears flew through the rain. Arrows descended from rooftops. Stones launched from slings cracked against armor and bone alike. The Spaniards attempted to maintain formation, but chaos spread quickly. The portable bridge slowed movement at every broken section. Men shoved forward desperately. Horses panicked. The fighting became ferocious, and the rain made everything worse. Mud, blood, and water mixed beneath their feet. Among the defenders were Tizoc and Yaotl. They moved with the Aztec counterattack as the city erupted around them. Tizoc's earlier fears had become certainty. This was no retreat born of diplomacy, an invader attempting to escape with the wealth of an empire. Yaotl fought beside his father. The fury around them needed no words. Everywhere they looked, the night blazed with violence. Spanish soldiers stumbled beneath impossible loads of treasure. Some slipped from the slick causeway into the dark waters below, and once they fell, the gold dragged them under. Armor pulled them deeper still. Many drowned before they could even cry out. Others were struck down while struggling to climb back upward. The lake itself became a massive graveyard. Near the front of the retreating column, Cortés pressed ahead with a vanguard of horsemen. He understood the danger of stopping. If momentum collapsed entirely, the whole force would be annihilated. So he drove forward, relentlessly, toward dry land, toward survival. Eventually, after brutal fighting, he reached the far end of the causeway near Tacuba. But much of his army remained behind, scattered across the broken crossing, fighting desperately in darkness and rain. Years later, Bernal Diaz del Castillo would defend Cortés's decision to continue forward, arguing that had he stayed behind trying to save everyone, the entire expedition likely would have perished. At the time, however, survival came at the cost of abandonment. As wounded survivors began staggering into Tacuba, the scale of the disaster became impossible to ignore. Men collapsed in exhaustion. Others arrived weaponless, bleeding, terrified. Most didn't arrive at all. Cortés watched the survivors emerge from the darkness in fragments, groups reduced to handfuls, friends missing, officers gone. The army that had once marched triumphantly into Tenochtitlan had been shattered. Then came another sight, approaching slowly through the rain, Pedro de Alvarado, unhorsed, wounded badly. supported by a small cluster of surviving Spaniards and Tlaxcalans. Even Alvarado, the fierce and reckless lieutenant who had triggered the catastrophe at the Feast of Toxcatl, looked broken. Cortés observed the scene in front of him, and according to Diaz del Castillo, it was there that tears came to his eyes. Not theatrical tears, not performative grief, but the realization of complete disaster. Everything they had worked for within Tenochtitlan had collapsed in a single night. By dawn, the survivors gathered themselves as best they could. Cortés remained alive. Alvarado survived, along with La Malinche. Many of the strongest cavalrymen and veteran soldiers had escaped as well, but they were bloodied, exhausted, wounded physically and mentally alike. Cortés himself had suffered injuries during the fighting. Nearly all artillery had been abandoned or lost in the lake. Most of the horses were dead, and whatever illusion of invincibility the Spaniards once possessed had vanished entirely. They were no longer conquerors marching confidently inland. Now they were hunted men trying to survive. The exact losses suffered that night remain debated to this day. The confusion and chaos made certainty impossible. Cortés later claimed that around 154 Spaniards died, along with over 2,000 indigenous allies. Others considered that number impossibly low. Whatever the true number, the losses were catastrophic. The night will be remembered forever as La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows. And for many Spaniards, the name was well earned. Yet the fighting was far from over. The Aztecs did not simply allow the survivors to leave. Warriors pursued them relentlessly around the northern edges of the lakes. The retreat became a moving battle. Every mile gained came at the cost of blood. Food remained scarce. Wounds worsened. Morale faltered. And still they marched. Tizoc's forces remained among those pressing the pursuit. Yaotl rode that momentum alongside his father. 1 week later, near Teotihuacan, the retreating Spaniards faced another major confrontation. At the Battle of Otumba, Cortés finally turned to fight the pursuing Aztec forces directly. The retreat from Tenochtitlan had become a running nightmare. For days, the survivors under Hernán Cortés moved through hostile territory, battered by exhaustion, starvation, and relentless pursuit. Men staggered beneath untreated wounds. Horses limped from injuries suffered during the desperate escape from the city. Tlaxcalan allies marched beside the Spaniards in grim silence, equally aware that survival now depended on enduring one more battle. And that battle came on July 7th, 1520, the Battle of Otumba. The plain of Tenochtitlan stretched wide beneath the summer sky, dry earth interrupted only by sparse brush and scattered tree lines. It was there that the retreating Spanish force encountered a massive Aztec army assembled under the command of the Cihuacuatl and his captains. The Aztecs had not come merely to harass, they had come to finish the war. Among those marching with them was Tizoc, captain of one of the empire's most elite bands of eagle warriors. Beside him marched Yaotl. Father and son had pursued Cortés for days without pause. Sleep had become secondary, food scarce. Their directive had been made clear before they left the valley. This war ends now. There would be no more negotiation, no more diplomacy, no more attempts to contain the Spaniards through half measures. The empire understood the danger clearly now. Every day Cortés remained alive increased the possibility of recovery. Time favored the invaders. Victory had to come immediately, or not at all. When the Spanish survivors first arrived at the plain near Otumba, many expected the Aztecs to strike instantly. The Spaniards were vulnerable beyond measure, hungry, exhausted, demoralized. Many barely capable of standing, and yet the Aztecs hesitated, not from fear, but confidence. The surviving Spaniards looked broken already. To many Aztec warriors, the battle appeared decided before it began. The invaders were trapped on open ground, depleted and surrounded by superior numbers. There was also another factor: honor. Many Aztec warriors hoped to capture Spaniards alive rather than kill them outright. Prisoners held enormous religious significance and could be sacrificed to the gods in ceremonies that reinforced both spiritual order and military prestige. The Spaniards were seen not merely as enemies, but as offerings. That hesitation, brief as it was, gave Cortés the one thing he desperately needed: time. According to the later account of Bernal Diaz del Castillo, it was the Castilian cavalry that proved decisive in the battle that followed. Cortés recognized immediately that a prolonged engagement meant certain destruction. His infantry was weakened, his men exhausted beyond endurance. Only speed and shock remained viable advantages. So, the cavalry moved first. The horsemen surged forward across the plain, lances lowered as they slammed into the Aztec lines with terrifying force. Horses thundered across the dry ground while steel crashed against obsidian and wood. The Aztecs had fought cavalry before, but never under conditions quite like these. The attack struck with desperation sharpened into precision. Ranks broke. Warriors scattered aside as mounted Spaniards carved openings through the crowded formations. Behind them came the rodeleros, Spanish infantrymen carrying swords and round shields, followed closely by Tlaxcalan warriors eager to repay generations of Aztec domination with blood. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Dust filled the air. War cries collided with screams. Drums echoed somewhere beyond the fighting, struggling to impose order over confusion. But cavalry alone would not win the battle. Cortés knew that as well. He had spent months observing Aztec warfare and command structures inside Tenochtitlan. He understood now that leadership on the battlefield carried symbolic importance as much as tactical value. Kill the leaders, break the spirit. Before the battle began, he had instructed his captains carefully. Strike the commanders, ignore lesser warriors whenever possible, disrupt command itself. And then, amid the chaos of battle, Cortés saw his opportunity. Across the battlefield stood a figure impossible to miss: Matlatzincatl. His rich armor gleamed beneath the sun, feathers extended upward from his ceremonial headdress, and above him flew an elaborate command standard visible across the battlefield. Cortés recognized instantly what the figure represented: authority, coordination, morale. If Matlatzincatl fell, the battle might collapse with him. Cortés turned toward his captains and pointed. "There!" he shouted. The charge formed immediately. Spanish cavalry regrouped around Cortés and drove directly toward the Aztec command position. Warriors attempted to intercept them, but momentum carried the horsemen forward relentlessly. Lances pierced through shields. Horses crashed through defensive lines, while Tlaxcalan allies widened the openings behind them. Cortés himself reached Matlatzincatl. His lance struck hard into the high priest's body, tearing through armor and flesh alike. The surrounding captains broke formation trying to defend him, but the attack came too fast. Matlatzincatl fell from his position, mortally wounded. Within moments, he was dead. The command standard toppled beside him, and across the battlefield, the psychological effect spread instantly. Confusion overtook coordination. Orders stopped reaching the front lines. Momentum shifted. Not far from where Matlatzincatl fell, another Aztec captain fought desperately to reorganize resistance: Tizoc. He had watched the Spanish cavalry carve through sections of the army with increasing concern. Their mobility allowed them to strike where formations weakened before retreating beyond immediate reach. If left unchecked, they would continue shattering cohesion. Tizoc understood what needed to happen. They had to be surrounded, separated, crushed between converging forces. Gathering several elite eagle warriors around him, Tizoc quickly began organizing a pincer maneuver against a cluster of Spanish cavalry operating slightly behind the main line. He issued orders rapidly, pointing positions, redirecting men, adapting to the constantly shifting battlefield. Yaotl stood nearby throughout it all, weapons bloodied, breathing hard, still fighting beside his father exactly as generations before them had done. Neither noticed the hidden Spaniard watching from the distant tree line. About 20 yards back, partially concealed behind brush and smoke, a Spanish arquebusier scanned the battlefield, searching for targets of importance. Then he saw Tizoc's headdress, the markings, the armor, a captain, high-ranking. The arquebusier steadied himself carefully, waited, then fired. The musket blast cracked across the battlefield, louder than the surrounding chaos. Yaotl turned instantly, just in time to see the impact. The shot struck Tizoc high in the torso, just beneath the neckline. The force staggered him backward violently. For one impossible moment, Tizoc remained standing. Then blood erupted across his armor, and he collapsed. "Father!" Yaotl's voice vanished into the noise of battle as he lunged forward instinctively. But before reaching Tizoc, he saw movement near the tree line. The shooter. Without hesitation, Yaotl charged. Rage overtook exhaustion completely. The Spanish soldier barely had time to reload before Yaotl reached him. The collision knocked the arquebusier backward into the dirt. Yaotl ripped the man's helmet free violently and brought his battle-axe down with brutal force. Once, twice, again, until the Spaniard stopped moving entirely. The entire exchange lasted less than 5 minutes. Then Yaotl turned back and saw his father lying motionless among the dust and blood. The battle still raged around them, but for Yaotl, the world narrowed completely. He dropped beside Tizoc immediately. Blood soaked through the older warrior's armor with frightening speed. The wound was catastrophic. Yaotl knew it instantly, even before Tizoc spoke. Several eagle warriors formed around them defensively while the fighting continued nearby. Some looked outward for threats. Others stared downward silently, already understanding what was happening. Yaotl gripped his father's hand tightly, as though holding harder might somehow keep him there. "There has to be something," he started, but Tizoc shook his head faintly. Even dying, his expression remained calm. "You need not worry about me, Yaotl," he said weakly. Blood touched the corner of his mouth as he breathed. "Life has been good to me." Yaotl lowered his head slightly, fighting to keep control of himself. Tizoc continued slowly. "I raised 2 of the finest warriors in all of Mesoamerica." A faint smile crossed his face. "I lived long enough to see my grandson." His breathing grew shallower now. "I have lived honorably." He squeezed Yaotl's hand weakly. "I could not have asked for more." His eyes met his son's one final time. "And neither should you." Yaotl could no longer stop the tears. They came despite every instinct within him, because this was no battlefield acquaintance, no distant commander. This was his father, the man who had shaped every part of his life, the man whose approval he had sought since childhood. Around them, warriors remained silent. No one interrupted. No one looked away. Tizoc took several more uneven breaths, each one weaker than the last. Then, nothing. The stillness that followed felt impossible. Yaotl stared downward for several seconds without moving, without speaking. Then, finally, slowly, he closed his father's eyes with trembling hands. The battle continued somewhere beyond them, but in that moment, it felt very far away. Several nearby warriors lowered their heads respectfully. Others placed hands against their chests in mourning. Yaotl inhaled deeply, then slid his arms beneath his father's body, lifting him carefully despite the weight of armor and exhaustion. The long walk back to Tenochtitlan awaited, and he would not leave Tizoc behind. Elsewhere across the battlefield, the Aztec army's cohesion continued collapsing after the death of Matlatzincatl and several key captains. What had begun as overwhelming numerical superiority deteriorated into fragmented engagements. The Spaniards exploited every weakness mercilessly. By afternoon, the surviving Spanish and Tlaxcalan forces had broken through entirely. Against all probability, they survived. The battered remnants of Cortés's army continued eastward, eventually reaching the relative safety of Tlaxcala. There, at last, they could regroup, recover, rebuild. The victory at Otumba did not erase the disaster of their retreat from Tenochtitlan, but it prevented total annihilation. And, more importantly, it bought Cortés time. Time to gather reinforcements. Time to reorganize alliances. Time to prepare for what would come next. Because, despite the losses suffered by both sides, neither the Spaniards nor the Aztecs understood peace anymore. Only continuation. The war would return. Larger. More brutal. And, deep within Aztec territory, the foundations for that final confrontation were already beginning to form. The journey back to Tenochtitlan felt longer than any Yautl had ever taken. The surviving warriors moved slowly along the road leading back toward the valley, exhausted beyond words after the catastrophe at Battle of Otumba. Armor hung loose against battered bodies. Many carried wounds wrapped hastily with cloth already stained dark with blood. Others limped in silence, supported by companions equally close to collapse. And at the center of the weary group, resting upon a wooden transport frame carried by two elite eagle warriors, was Tizoc. Even in death, Yautl found it difficult to look at him for long. The absence of movement felt wrong, impossible. For as long as Yautl could remember, his father had always seemed immovable, strong, certain, larger than the men around him. Now he lay wrapped carefully beneath woven cloth, his ceremonial armor cleaned as best the warriors could manage during the march home. No words passed between the men carrying him. The silence itself was respect. By the time they reached Yautl's home, the afternoon sun had already begun lowering behind the distant mountains. The city itself felt changed, not defeated, not yet, but wounded. Yautl stopped outside his cottage and stood motionless for several moments before finally stepping toward the door. His hand hesitated briefly, then knocked. Inside, he heard voices. A moment later, the door opened. Guadalupe appeared first, immediately sensing something was wrong before her eyes even reached the frame behind him. Beside her stood little Cacamatzin, still too young to fully understand battle, death, and loss. Yautl swallowed hard. "Come outside," he said quietly. The tone alone told Guadalupe enough. Her expression changed instantly. Without another word, she stepped forward slowly. Then she saw the frame, saw the still body resting upon it. Her hand immediately rose to her mouth. The sound that escaped her was small, broken. Yautl knelt beside his son and gently took the boy's hand in his own. Cacamatzin looked between the adults uncertainly, confusion clouding his young face. Yautl steadied himself before speaking. "Your grandfather lived, and he died a hero, Cacamatzin," he said softly. His voice nearly failed him halfway through. "He died in the service of the Aztec Empire." Guadalupe began weeping quietly beside them. Yautl looked down at his son, trying desperately to remain composed for him, but grief pressed heavily against every word. Only minutes later, the sound of approaching soldiers echoed down the road. Yautl rose immediately. Instinct overtook grief. A large band of warriors approached the home in disciplined formation, torches flickering beside them as dusk deepened across the city. At their center walked Cuitlahuac. The new emperor had changed visibly since taking power after the death of his brother Montezuma. The uncertainty surrounding the empire had hardened him quickly. His movements carried urgency now. His expression remained constantly burdened by decisions larger than any one man. The moment Yautl recognized him, he straightened immediately to attention and instinctively guided Cacamatzin to do the same. The child tried awkwardly to imitate his father's posture. Cuitlahuac noticed. "Yautl," the emperor said as he approached, "I apologize for coming to your home under these circumstances." His tone carried genuine respect. "I must return to the palace shortly, so I will be brief." He paused, looking first toward Guadalupe, then down toward Cacamatzin before continuing. "Tizoc was an important captain in the Aztec army," he said, "and he meant a great deal to all of us." His eyes shifted toward the covered body. "It is with that respect that I ask your permission to have his funeral given with state honors." Yautl remained perfectly still. "Tomorrow," Cuitlahuac continued, "we will cremate my brother Montezuma." A brief silence followed. "And I ask that your father be put to rest with him." For a moment, Yautl could not speak. The weight of the gesture struck him deeply. Not because it erased his grief, nothing could, but because it acknowledged what Tizoc had been, not merely to his family, but to the empire itself. Finally, Yautl lowered his head respectfully. "My emperor," he said quietly, "by this gesture you honor my father and our family." He inhaled slowly. "And I humbly accept your offer." Cuitlahuac looked directly at him. "He has honored himself," he replied. The words hit Yautl harder than he expected. For an instant, his mind returned years earlier to the battle with Tlaxcala, when Tizoc had spoken those exact same words to him after a display of courage in battle. He had honored himself. Cuitlahuac turned towards several waiting warriors. "Carefully," he instructed. The soldiers moved forward respectfully and lifted Tizoc's body from the transport frame. Yautl watched silently as they carried his father away toward the palace for the final time. The following day, mourning spread throughout the city. The funerary ceremonies for both Montezuma and Tizoc and several other nobles and prominent warriors were conducted with solemn reverence beneath heavy skies. Smoke rose into the air as prayers echoed through temple grounds already burdened by months of war and uncertainty. Citizens gathered in large numbers despite exhaustion and fear. Warriors stood silently while priests recited ancient rites intended to guide the dead onward into the next world. Yautl stood beside Guadalupe throughout it all, saying little, feeling even less capable of speech. But once the ceremonies ended, the city changed again. Mourning gave way to urgency. Inside the palace walls, Cuitlahuac addressed his advisors bluntly. "We must prepare for Cortés's return." No one disagreed. "All preparations must be made to defend Tenochtitlán when they do." And so the work began immediately. Throughout the summer of 1520, the city transformed itself for war. Every able-bodied man worked. Warriors drilled daily. Causeways damaged during the Spanish retreat were repaired and reinforced. New defensive outposts rose throughout the city, especially along the main access routes leading toward the island capital. Canals were monitored carefully, weapons crafted continuously. Yautl buried himself in the labor. It gave structure to grief, a purpose stronger than memory. Each day he trained warriors, supervised fortifications, and prepared for the inevitable return of Cortés and the Spaniards, now recovering in Tlaxcala. And then, in October of 1520, something far worse invaded the Aztec Empire. At first, it seemed isolated, a sickness, unfamiliar, strange. Then it spread, quickly, relentlessly. The smallpox outbreak that swept through Tenochtitlán became one of the most catastrophic events in the history of Mesoamerica. Introduced unknowingly by Spaniards arriving from Cuba, the disease found a population with no immunity whatsoever. The results were devastating. People developed fevers first, then eruptions across the skin. Pain followed, blindness in some, death in many. Entire households became bedridden simultaneously. Families died together because no one remained healthy enough to care for the sick. The city's streets filled with corpses waiting for burial or cremation. The stench of decay spread across districts already strained by war. Some chronicles would later call it the Great Leprosy. Others simply described it as the end of the world. For nearly 2 months, the disease consumed Tenochtitlan completely. Death rates climbed beyond comprehension. Perhaps half the population. Perhaps more. On December 4th, 1520, even Cuitlahuac succumbed to the disease. The emperor, who had united resistance against the Spaniards, ruled only briefly before smallpox took his life. Leadership fractured again. And still, the sickness spread. For Guadalupe and Yautl, the disease became deeply personal. Guadalupe fell ill first. The fever struck violently, confining her to bed for weeks. Her strength disappeared almost overnight. At times, she became so weak she could barely speak. And she was pregnant, in her 3rd trimester. Yautl tried desperately to care for her while continuing his duties within the city, but the disease gave little mercy. Eventually, the strain upon her body became too much. The child was lost, stillborn. Guadalupe wept for days afterward, even when too weak to sit upright. Then Yautl himself became infected. Soon after, little Cacamatzin showed symptoms too. For nearly a month, Yautl battled the disease through fever and exhaustion. His body survived, though barely. But Cacamatzin worsened rapidly. His young body simply could not withstand the assault on his still developing immune system. By mid-December, just as the city itself slowly began emerging from the worst of the outbreak, Cacamatzin died of smallpox pandemic. The grief that followed hollowed the house completely. Yautl buried both children himself behind their property, beneath a tree overlooking the nearby stream. The ground was cold when he dug the graves. Guadalupe stood nearby, wrapped tightly in blankets, still physically weakened but unwilling to remain inside. Neither spoke much during the burial. There were no words large enough for what had been lost. Afterward, silence became common between them. Not hostile, not openly bitter, just wounded. Yautl returned to military duties once he recovered physically, often working from dawn until late evening, preparing defenses for the war everyone knew would return. And when he came home, he felt it. The distance, the unspoken accusation. Guadalupe never directly blamed him for the deaths of their children, but she did not need to. He remembered her warning clearly now. We should leave Tenochtitlan. And somewhere inside her grief, part of her believed they might still be alive had he listened. Deep down, Yautl feared she was right. Winter settled uneasily across the Valley of Mexico. The fog of war still lingered over ruined towns and burned villages, but beyond the destruction, another force was already gathering strength. In Tlaxcala, Hernán Cortés prepared not merely for another campaign, but for the complete destruction of Tenochtitlan. He had escaped the city by luck, brutality, and desperation. He would not make the same mistake twice. This time, he intended to surround the Aztecs completely, to trap them, starve them, break them. And to do that, he needed control of the lake. The memory of the disastrous retreat during La Noche Triste remained fresh in the minds of every surviving Spaniard. The causeways had nearly become their graves. Aztec canoes had swarmed both sides relentlessly, turning every narrow crossing into a killing ground. Cortés understood now that no army could hold Tenochtitlan while the Aztecs still controlled Lake Texcoco. So he adapted. Under the supervision of his master shipbuilder, Martín López, work began in Tlaxcala on 13 brigantines, small but heavily armed sloops capable of carrying soldiers, artillery, and crossbowmen directly onto the lake. The project itself seemed almost impossible. Thousands of Tlaxcalans hauled timber through mountain passes and across rough terrain under constant supervision. Iron fittings, rigging, nails, sails, and artillery were carefully assembled piece by piece. Every component mattered. Every delay risked failure. Meanwhile, Cortés continued receiving reinforcements from Veracruz. Ships arriving from Spain brought desperately needed powder, weapons, and supplies. One vessel arrived carrying arms intended originally for the expedition of Panfilo de Narvaez. Another brought 150 soldiers and 20 horses from the abandoned Panuco River settlement. Shortly afterward came 50 more soldiers and 7 horses under the command of Miguel Diez deAux, a conquistador remembered as the first mestizo born in the Americas. Even fortune itself seemed to strengthen Cortés. Far away in Jamaica, Governor Francisco de Garay continued sending expeditions toward Panuco long after the settlement there had collapsed. Ship after ship arrived, only to discover the original venture destroyed. Most simply joined Cortés instead. Every failed expedition became another reinforcement, another stroke of luck, another tightening link in the chain slowly closing around the Aztec Empire. By the day after Christmas in 1520, Cortés was ready to move. The brigantines, still disassembled, were carried toward Texcoco piece by piece, alongside enormous columns of soldiers and allies. More than 10,000 Tlaxcalan warriors accompanied him under the command of Chichimecatecutli, sent by Xicotencatl the Elder himself. The march toward Texcoco was long but largely unopposed. The empire was exhausted. Smallpox had ravaged entire regions. Tributary loyalties shifted constantly now, driven less by devotion than survival. When Cortés reached the outskirts of Texcoco, 7 local chieftains emerged to meet him. Their leader, they explained carefully, wished for friendship. Cortés accepted immediately, but friendship alone was never enough. Within days, he replaced the city's ruler with Ixtlilxóchitl II, son of Netzahualpili, newly baptized under the Spanish name Don Hernán Cortés. The message was unmistakable. Submission would be rewarded. Resistance punished severely. Texcoco soon became the center of Spanish operations against Tenochtitlan. And inside the Aztec capital, Yaotl watched the walls slowly close around them. The city had changed since the smallpox outbreak. Entire districts remained quieter than before. Many homes stood abandoned completely. The canals still functioned, the markets still operated, but the energy that had once defined Tenochtitlan felt diminished, fragile. Yaotl noticed it constantly during patrols. Too many widows, too many orphaned children, too many funeral fires. Even among the warriors, confidence had shifted into grim determination. They no longer believed the Spaniards could simply be expelled. Meanwhile, Cortés expanded his control steadily. After securing alliances with Chalco and Tlalmanalco, he sent captured Aztec prisoners back toward Cuauhtémoc, carrying a message. The surrounding towns now stood with Spain. The blockade was coming. Once Martín López and Chichimecatecutli finally delivered the remaining lumber and planks into Texcoco, construction of the brigantines accelerated rapidly. The vessels rose along the shoreline, one after another. 13 floating vessels, built specifically for conquest. Cuauhtémoc attempted repeated resistance throughout March of 1521, but his forces suffered defeats near Chalco and Huaxtepec. Worse still, another shipment of Spanish reinforcements arrived from overseas, carrying fresh arms and men. The imbalance continued to grow. Still, the Aztecs refused surrender. On April 6, Cortés gathered local caciques around Chalco and announced his intentions openly. He would blockade Mexico. He would bring peace through conquest. And the next day, he launched the brigantines into Lake Texcoco. Thousands of allied warriors gathered to witness it. The ships slid into the water beneath cheering from Spanish soldiers and uneasy fascination from native allies. For the first time, the lake belonged to the Spaniards. Soon after, Cortés marched towards Xochimilco with nearly 20,000 warriors from Chalco, Texcoco, Huejotzingo, and Tlaxcala. The fighting there proved fierce. Aztec resistance remained disciplined and relentless despite everything the empire had already endured. Street by street, canal by canal, the struggle intensified. By the time Cortés pushed northwestward again, he found towns like Coyoacán, Tacuba, Azcapotzalco, and Cuautitlán largely abandoned. The population had withdrawn inward, toward the capital, toward the final defense. Back in Texcoco, another danger emerged, a conspiracy. Antonio de Villafana, one of Cortés's own men, became implicated in a plot to murder him. Cortés acted immediately. Villafana was hanged publicly. Afterward, Cortés established a permanent personal guard of 6 soldiers under Antonio de Quiñones. Trust had become increasingly rare. Fear increasingly necessary. The conquest had ceased pretending to be solely about conversion or diplomacy long ago. Now it openly consumed everything around it. By May 1521, the siege itself began. Cortés organized his forces carefully. He now commanded 84 horsemen, nearly 200 crossbowmen and arquebusiers, over 600 Spanish infantry, and tens of thousands of indigenous allies. Each brigantine carried sailors, musketeers, crossbowmen, artillery, and spare oars. The scale of the operation dwarfed anything previously attempted in Mesoamerica. Pedro de Alvarado marched toward Tacuba. Cristobal de Olid secured Coyoacán. Gonzalo de Sandoval moved against Ixtlapalapan, and Cortés himself commanded the brigantines directly upon the lake. The siege tightened, slowly, methodically, mercilessly. The first major clashes erupted around Chapultepec. Spanish forces attempted to sever Tenochtitlan's water supply by capturing the aqueducts feeding the city. The Aztecs resisted fiercely. At the Battle of Tlacopan, determined counterattacks halted the Spanish advance temporarily. Canoes swarmed the causeways, while warriors struck relentlessly from both land and water. But then the brigantines entered the fighting fully. When Cortés launched them from Texcoco, more than 1,000 Aztec canoes surged forward to intercept. For a moment, the lake seemed entirely filled with warriors. Then the wind shifted. A favorable breeze caught the Spanish sails suddenly, driving the brigantines directly into the Aztec fleets. Cannons thundered across the water. Canoes overturned. Men drowned beneath armored weight and panic. Yaotl witnessed much of the fighting from the causeways themselves. The brigantines terrified many warriors at first, not because they were invincible, but because they disrupted centuries of familiar warfare. The Aztecs adapted quickly, digging hidden pits beneath shallow lake waters and embedding sharpened stakes intended to destroy the Spanish vessels. Several brigantines were damaged, others nearly trapped. The Spanish horses also proved awkward and vulnerable upon the narrow causeways. Yet Cortés adapted constantly. Whenever the Aztecs countered one tactic, another followed. He ordered gaps opened within the causeways so brigantines could support infantry directly from the water. Soon, Aztec canoe attacks became far more dangerous. According to Diaz, the fighting began turning heavily in Spanish favor afterward. Still, the resistance never ceased. Day and night, the Aztecs attacked. Warriors launched raids against Spanish camps, while canoes attempted to sneak food and water into the starving city. Sometimes they succeeded. Often they died trying. One night, the Aztecs successfully ambushed 2 Spanish launchers using concealed stakes and 30 hidden pirogues. Captains Juan de la Portilla and Pedro Barba were killed. Celebrations spread briefly through the city, but Cortés retaliated almost immediately. After capturing 2 Aztec chieftains and learning of another ambush, he laid a counter-trap using 6 brigantines. The result was devastating. Many Aztec warriors died, others were captured. Afterward, open supply missions across the lake became nearly impossible. The blockade tightened further. One by one, lakeside towns surrendered. Iztapalapa, Churubusco, Culhuacan, Mixquic. The ring around Tenochtitlán closed steadily. Inside the city, the fighting became increasingly desperate. American historian Charles Robinson would later describe the battle as one where neither side offered nor expected mercy. Yaatl understood why. The war had become personal for everyone involved. The Aztecs viewed the Spaniards as destroyers of their world. The Spaniards viewed the Aztecs as obstacles to conquest and wealth. And between them stood generations of allied tribes eager for revenge against Aztec domination. No quarter remained. On the feast day of St. John, Cuauhtémoc launched a massive, coordinated assault against all 3 Spanish camps simultaneously. The attack nearly succeeded. At Tlacopan, Pedro de Alvarado led a reckless cavalry charge across a gap in the causeway. For a brief moment, it appeared successful. Then Aztec canoes flooded the opening behind him. The Spaniards became trapped. Alvarado himself was wounded alongside several companions. 5 Spaniards were captured alive. From their positions, Spanish soldiers watched in horror as their comrades were dragged to the great temple and sacrificed publicly atop the pyramid. The drums echoed across the lake afterward. At night, the Spaniards prayed openly. "Oh, thanks be to God that they did not carry me off today to be sacrificed." Hatred deepened further, on both sides. Soon after, Cortés launched another direct assault toward the market district at Colhuacatonco. The attack nearly ended in disaster. In the chaos, Cortés neglected to secure one of the canals behind him. The Aztecs counterattacked immediately. Spanish formations collapsed briefly. Cortés himself was wounded and nearly captured alive. Only the sacrifice of Cristóbal de Olea and Cristóbal de Guzmán saved him. 65 Spaniards were taken prisoner during the fighting. The next morning, severed heads were hurled into Spanish camps. Others were sacrificed publicly atop the temples. For 10 nights, prisoners were executed before the city. The psychological warfare worked. Even hardened conquistadors felt shaken watching comrades dismembered and offered to the gods. The Aztecs shouted toward the Tlaxcalans afterward, "Eat the flesh of these Teules and your brothers, because we are sated with it." Despite everything, many indigenous allies began abandoning the Spanish camps. Thousands went home wounded or exhausted. Entire canoe fleets were destroyed. For a time, only a few hundred allies remained. Yet Cortés adapted again. Instead of merely advancing, he systematically destroyed every captured neighborhood. Buildings were torn down, rubble filled canals, causeways widened. The city itself became material for its own destruction. Tenochtitlan slowly transformed into a battlefield built for Spanish tactics instead of Aztec defense. And starvation spread. Inside the city, suffering became unimaginable. Food vanished first, then clean water. People drank brackish lake water despite disease. Dysentery spread rapidly. Families stripped leather from shields to boil and eat. Wood, grass, anything. Women offered even their children's clothing to the gods, leaving many children naked throughout the city. The dead accumulated faster than they could be buried. Yet Cuauhtémoc still refused surrender, and Yaotl continued fighting. Though exhaustion hollowed him physically, something stubborn remained alive inside him. Perhaps duty, perhaps rage, perhaps simply the inability to imagine another life beyond war. By August, the Spaniards finally entered the central districts of Tenochtitlan. Alvarado's forces reached the Tlatelolco marketplace first. Spanish banners rose atop temples while sacred structures burned. Smoke filled the sky for days. Still, the Aztecs resisted. Even now they continued traditional ceremonies. One warrior, Tlapaltecatl Opochtsin, was dressed in sacred costume and sent against the Spaniards bearing ceremonial darts dedicated to Huitzilopochtli. The Spaniards hesitated at first, unnerved by the spectacle. The Aztecs interpreted this as a sign from the gods. But signs could no longer feed the starving, could no longer stop cannon fire, could no longer rebuild what had already been broken. Then came the storm. A tornado formed over Tlatelolco during the final days of battle, moving across the basin and out over the lake. Europeans witnessing it later described it as the first tornado they had ever seen in the Americas. To many Aztecs, it felt like an omen, perhaps an ending, perhaps judgment, perhaps both. Soon afterward, Cuauhtémoc finally attempted escape. With family, gold, and retainers loaded into 50 pirogues, he fled across the lake beneath cover of chaos. But Sandoval's brigantines intercepted them. The final emperor of the Aztecs was captured and brought before Cortés. Tenochtitlan surrendered on August 13, 1521. The Aztec Empire fell. What followed horrified even some Spaniards. The city had become a graveyard. Bodies floated through canals or lay unburied in collapsed streets. Most Aztec nobility were dead. Survivors consisted largely of women and children. Yet the slaughter continued. Tlaxcalan allies rampaged through the city, seeking revenge for generations of sacrifice and oppression. Homes were looted, women raped and killed, children slaughtered. Thousands died after the surrender itself. Even Cortés struggled to restrain them. He later admitted they had more trouble controlling their allies than fighting the enemy. Centuries of hatred exploded all at once, and there was no mercy left anywhere in the city. 2 days prior to Aztec surrender, Guadalupe carefully made her way to the causeway where she knew Yaotl was stationed. She walked around for hours, being careful not to be noticed by enemy forces, but needing confirmation to the final chapter in this tragic tale she called her life. She went up and down streets near the causeway until she found him, laying on the floor near a merchant shop no more than 100 yards away from the causeway exit. Yaotl had multiple stab wounds in his torso region, but the fatal wound appeared across his neck, a deep cut from a Spanish sword causing severe blood loss. Guadalupe took a moment and stared at Yaotl's lifeless body. She found herself unable to cry, not because she did not love Yaotl, but she had no more tears left to spare. The tragedy of her life had come full circle with Yaotl's death, and her thoughts quickly adapted to the reality of her present circumstances. She had plenty of experience of being on the losing end of a battle in 16th century Mesoamerica. The consequences of that fate were one she wished not to experience again. So she would need to make her way further west, away from Tlaxcala, Tenochtitlan, and soon-to-be Spanish rule. She would make her way to the western coast so she may survive what was to come. And in doing so, she hoped to live long enough to cast revenge on the one person she felt in her heart most responsible for these events. 8 years had passed since the fall of Tenochtitlan. Night had settled heavily over the estate where La Malinche now lived on a warm summer evening in 1529. The household had long since gone silent, servants dismissed, candles lowered. La Malinche sat at the edge of her bed for a moment after dismissing her evening attendant. A faint ache had settled behind her eyes sometime earlier in the night, though she had ignored it. Exhaustion, she assumed, nothing more. Her life had become filled with endless movement over the years, negotiations, travel, obligations to Spanish officials, merchants, priests and soldiers who now governed lands that had once belonged to emperors. Cortés had been gone for more than a year, returning to Spain primarily to defend his actions, secure his standing with King Charles V, and counter accusations of insubordination and power abuse from rivals after conquering the Aztec Empire. Fatigue was ordinary. She lay back slowly against the mattress and pulled the blanket over herself. The room was warm, too warm. A strange tightness settled in her chest. At first it was mild enough to dismiss, then her breathing slowed. Not naturally, not gently. Something constricted deep inside her throat. Her eyes opened wider. She tried to inhale again. Confusion flickered across her face. A moment later, dizziness followed. The ceiling above her tilted slightly out of focus. Sleep, she thought. That was all she needed. Rest. But before she could close her eyes again, her throat suddenly seized completely. The sensation was violent, sharp. Her mouth opened instinctively, but no words emerged. No cry, no sound beyond a strained wheeze. Panic struck instantly. She tried to sit upright. Her body did not respond. Her arms remained motionless at her sides, her legs dead beneath the blankets, her fingers unmoving. Nothing. The paralysis spread with terrifying speed until she could no longer move at all. Not her neck, not her jaw, only her eyes. Wide, alert, terrified, fully conscious inside a body that no longer obeyed her. A ragged wheezing escaped her throat as she struggled desperately for air. Minutes passed, slow, unbearable. The candlelight flickered weakly across the room while she lay trapped in complete stillness. She tried to force herself to move. Nothing happened. Again, nothing. Her servant had already retired for the evening, she remembered clearly. No one would return until morning, and by then, fear tightened around her harder than the paralysis itself. The wheezing continued. 20 agonizing minutes crawled by. Then, a sound. Soft, subtle. The faint creak of her bedroom door opening. La Malinche's eyes shifted desperately toward the darkness near the entrance. Someone had entered. Quietly. Carefully. The figure remained partially hidden at first, standing just beyond the reach of candlelight. La Malinche tried to speak, but her throat only produced another strained rasp. The figure moved closer, slowly, deliberately. And then the candlelight made the person more visible. A woman, older now, older than the last time they had truly stood face to face, but unmistakable. La Malinche's eyes widened further. Her pulse thundered helplessly inside her frozen body. Unable to speak aloud, she formed the thought silently instead. Guadalupe?
15 years earlier. Malinali, will you please slow down? I just ate and don't want to cramp up.
Guadalupe laughed breathlessly as she hurried down the narrow dirt path cutting between the trees. Ahead of her, La Malinche, still known then simply as Malinali, turned around while continuing to walk backward.
Guadalupe, do you want to see the trick or not? She asked with impatient excitement. If so, hurry up.
The winter air in January of 1514 carried a chill unusual for the region. Their religious lessons earlier that day had stretched longer than usual, leaving both girls restless by the time they had been dismissed. The lesson itself had been strange.
Their teacher had spoken of mysticism, spirits, altered visions, and sacred substances used by priests and healers. Most of the students had listened politely before quickly losing interest, but Malinali had not. She had listened carefully. Too carefully. Afterward, while the other girls laughed and whispered about the absurdity of magic potions, Malinali had remained thoughtful. "What our teacher said today is true," she had said while they walked home together earlier that afternoon. "You can take potions that would make you go crazy." Guadalupe had smirked immediately. "It seems like you've already had some of that magic potion." She laughed lightly at her own joke. Malinali did not laugh back. "I'm serious," she said firmly, "and I can prove it." Guadalupe raised an eyebrow. "How?" "Meet me after dinner," Malinali replied. "I'll show you." And so, after both girls had eaten with their families, they slipped away. "We'll be back in a couple hours," Guadalupe had called to her mother. The same promise came from Malinali moments later at her own home. No one questioned them. The two girls often wandered together. That was nothing unusual. For nearly 15 minutes they walked away from the village until they reached a quiet pond hidden among reeds and low trees. The water reflected the dim orange glow of sunset. Guadalupe folded her arms impatiently. "Now what?" she asked. "Why are we here?" Malinali scanned the muddy edge of the pond carefully before suddenly pointing. "Look over there," she whispered excitedly. "There's one." Before Guadalupe could respond, Malinali darted forward and crouched near the water. A moment later, she stood back up, holding a large toad. Its skin was rough and covered in pale warts. Guadalupe recoiled immediately. "Oh, that's disgusting." Malinali grinned. "Here, hold it." "No, trust me. That thing looks diseased." "It's not diseased," Malinali insisted. "Just hold the toad for a couple of minutes and see what happens." Guadalupe stared at her suspiciously. "This is weird." "I know," Malinali admitted. "That's why it's interesting." Curiosity slowly overcame hesitation. With visible reluctance, Guadalupe reached out and accepted the toad into her hands. It squirmed slightly against her palms. Its skin felt cold, rubbery, unpleasant. "There," Malinali said triumphantly. "Now just wait." She quickly found another toad for herself and held it comfortably, as if she had done this many times before, which Guadalupe realized uneasily she probably had. The girls sat quietly near the pond for several minutes. At first, nothing happened. Guadalupe rolled her eyes. "You made us walk all the way out here for—" She stopped suddenly. The reeds near the water appeared to sway strangely, not naturally. The colors around her seemed sharper somehow. The fading sunset deepened unnaturally into rich streaks of red and gold. A faint buzzing filled her ears. Guadalupe blinked hard. "What?" Malinali smiled knowingly. "See?" The effects remained mild, little more than distorted colors, slight dizziness, and moments where sounds seemed oddly distant or stretched, but it was unmistakably real. Guadalupe stared at her hands. "They feel numb." Malinali nodded calmly. "It only lasts a little while if you don't hold them long." Guadalupe looked up sharply. "How do you know this?" "My father," Malinali replied casually, "and his friends smoke this chemical all the time." Guadalupe's expression shifted immediately. "What?" Malinali sat cross-legged near the pond, perfectly relaxed. "He's taken me out here many times when he harvests bufotenin from the toads." Guadalupe suddenly looked far less comfortable. "You've done this before?" "Many times." There was pride in her voice now. Malinali lowered her own toad back into the grass before continuing. "He's very careful with it," she explained. "He says too much of it can paralyze you." Guadalupe felt her stomach tighten slightly. "Paralyze?" Malinali nodded. "In some cases, people die." The words came with unsettling calmness. "The thing that's so brutal about overdosing," she continued, "is you stay fully conscious while it shuts down your nervous system.
Guadalupe stared at her silently. "You suffocate slowly," she finished. "Not a fun way to die if you ask me." The pond suddenly felt colder, quieter. Guadalupe looked at her friend differently now, not frightened exactly, but aware, as though she now understood a part of Malinali that wasn't visible before, a sharp intelligence, curiosity without limits, and something darker beneath it, something calculating. Guadalupe swallowed uneasily. "When does this wear off?" she asked. "You've proven your point, okay?" Malinali laughed softly. "Let's wait about 10 more minutes." She stretched her legs casually. "The walk home should be enough time for most of it to wear off, so our parents don't suspect anything." Guadalupe nodded slowly. The strange sensations had already begun fading slightly, but the conversation itself lingered heavier than the hallucinations, because as she watched Malinali sitting calmly beside the pond, Guadalupe could not stop wondering what kind of woman her friend would eventually become. And deep down, she hoped she would never find herself on the wrong side of those ambitions. After a while, the girls finally stood, and together, beneath the darkening evening sky, they began the long walk home. 15 years later. "It's been a long time, Malinali. Or would you prefer I call you La Malinche, like everyone else? That's likely what the history books will refer to you as," Guadalupe said, looking down at La Malinche as she lay motionless in her bed. "We don't have much time, so it would be best I don't waste any of it. Considering you're not in a position to say much in your current condition, I'll talk for the both of us," Guadalupe said with a vicious tone that La Malinche was accustomed to using on her subjects. "When Tenochtitlán fell, I lost everything, you know. My father-in-law died chasing you and Cortés out of the city. Both of my children died from the smallpox pandemic months later, and my husband was killed in the final battle to take Tenochtitlán." Guadalupe looked down at La Malinche and continued, "You know, I've thought for a long time as to why you were unable to adapt to the world that was presented to you when the Tlaxcalans took us as teenagers. I understand the notion of being a slave doesn't mesh well with one's ego. I get it. But as a woman, you're never really a slave, right? Nor are you ever really free. You are what you become in the eyes of your master." A brief pause. "If the Tlaxcalans never attacked Cholula when we were teenagers, then our parents would have married us off to a noble for some type of property, wealth, or political rank. We would have become wives who bore children to our husbands, and the quality of that life would have been completely dependent upon how we made our husbands feel. That's theoretical. Let's come back to reality. When I was enslaved, the Tlaxcalans gave me to one of their local chiefs, who tied me to a wooden post and left me in a tent for several months. I was then freed and re-enslaved by the same man within a period of 24 hours. That man became my husband, and I had, albeit for a short period of time, his children, a family, a life in Tenochtitlan. I was no more a slave with Yaotl than I would have been married to some noble in Cholula. The only variables in both scenarios were geography and lineage. I'll make the argument to your dying breath that I would have been no more or less happy in either scenario, as it was I who had most control of the outcome in those relationships, not my master. Since you don't have many breaths left, I'll continue." La Malinche, now grasping for breath with visible fear on her face. "I know what you're probably thinking. What a weak woman, bending the knee to her master rather than resist. I'll admit, you handled things differently. At least at first you did. You didn't adapt to your Tlaxcalan captors. You fought, you argued, you forced their hand to the point where they sold you to Mayans in Tabasco. There, I'm willing to bet you were uncooperative too, making life difficult for everyone around you, arguing, fighting, resisting. That is, of course, until you were given to Cortés. That's when your demeanor changed. You became agreeable. You stopped arguing. You stopped resisting. When you met Cortés, you finally became a woman."
Guadalupe stopped for a moment and looked directly into La Malinche's eyes before saying these next words. The only difference between you and I is I submitted to the man in front of me with the hope of making a better life for myself by making his life better. You submitted to a man who gave you the best chance of burning the entire world down. For those worthy of that fate, and innocent alike, it was of no consequence to you. So now here we are. Guadalupe sensed faint bouts of consciousness in La Malinche, making her acutely aware of her lack of time, so she finished the last of her thoughts quickly. I was lucky to get out of the city prior to surrender, made my way to the west coast, found a small convent there, and became a nun. Can you believe it? I now teach those few natives who remain alive after Spanish colonization about Jesus Christ and how he died for our sins. Life certainly has a sense of irony, does it not? Anyway, once again, I've been able to adapt. I've been able to survive. I've done so to fulfill a promise I made the day I left Tenochtitlan. That promise was to return only when I was ready to cast revenge on the one person I felt most responsible for the tragic circumstances of my life. The one person who shaped events to lead me and countless millions to misery and/or death. And that person is you, La Malinche.
Guadalupe paused for a moment and pointed to the empty cup sitting on her nightstand. The cacao you drank this evening was infused with a lethal dose of bufotenin. A childhood friend once enlightened me as to both the medicinal and fatal properties the chemical induced. Unbeknownst to her, she unwittingly taught the person who would one day take her life on exactly how to do it. In these last few moments you have, it is important to me that you know that it is I whom is responsible for the tragic circumstances your life has now taken, as it was you whom were responsible for mine nearly 10 years ago. Fortunately for you, you only have a few moments left of this burden, whereas I have an entire lifetime to grieve my losses. As La Malinche laid on her bed and took her very last breath, Guadalupe quietly made her way out of Mexico City, never to be seen or heard from ever again.